Isn't our problem right now that we don't want to turn the light on? That there was too much light in the first, and we're trying to find balance? Okay, that's enough of this. Let's pause that music. And we're gonna switch screens. What up, Internet? How's it going? Happy Saturday? Saturday. It's Saturday. I'm not gonna be good with the days for the next 2 weeks. I'm gonna forget. But hi, how's it going? Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Before we start, there's something that I really wanna have us watch. I was talking a little bit. Oh, wait, whoops. I shrunk my camera a little bit by accident. How and why? Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. This one? Yeah, that one. There we go. Cover up chat properly. Okay. Before we start, there's something that I want to show to address what I brought up yesterday. So I was talking about how I might as well, hold on, hide those. Alright, so I mentioned how it was really cool in the beginning of Endwalker when we started this, when we were on the boat to Charlayan. They did a throwback back to 1.0, and it was amazing. I thought, mistakenly, that was for... that all the journeys started out that way, but it was actually just if you started out in Limsa, it was that cutscene. So maybe just that one made such a big impression on me that it was very memorable. But yeah, they did a throwback to that, and I had a character that started in each city-state, so I was familiar with it, and I was just like, oh my god, I can't believe that they did this. This is awesome. So, I found a YouTube video of it, so we're gonna watch that really quick. So it's got the Song of Hydaelyn still, just like how we heard on the ship to Charlayan. Pans around the boat below decks. There's people on the floor, chilling, sitting, trying not to fall asleep. Just goes around and shows everybody.
Here.
And this is you, the Warrior of Light.
Feel.
And you're like, I hear something. The same words that Hydaelyn was saying to us on the boat to Charlayan. Except there was no Rahatia next to us. Seas tonight be rougher and tussle with a 10-gil oar, and angrier and when she finds out you left the last of your coin on the bar. Oh, that was Rosenthal. He's the, Machinist trainer. Holy schmoly, I didn't realize that he was there back. I didn't realize he was a 1.0 character. I must have forgotten because I only saw this myself once, and, you know, hard to remember the name of a character that way. I didn't get super far in Limsa's story. I mostly progressed in Gridania. Yeah, I think it was my Hero that started in Limsa. My Hero did not... I didn't level my Hero very much at all. And this is when you first see the final days. this is what triggers your echo. If you're a 1.0 player, this is what triggered it. And then you're above deck. So this is different because there's a storm, but you meet Y'shtola right away. Yeah, this cutscene stuck out a lot in my mind because I remember, like, Y'shtola being the coolest person back in 1.0.
Hurry back to your cabin, lest you become the sea's next.
She won't hold much longer!
A brave man.
This kind of reminds me of when you're on the way to Kagane, because the ship gets attacked by monsters and then you have to fight them. Rosenthal before he used a gun. Kind of funny to think about, huh?
God's forfend.
We're getting our booty kicked. Oh, no, maybe that's him. With a gun. That looks familiar. Oh no, he's got both. He's just dual wielding. Yeah, that makes sense. Axe and gun. Why not both? Why not both? Anyway, yeah, that's the relevant part. That's how... So that's how you start out in 1.0 if you start out in Limsa. And I just thought it was really cool that they did a throwback to that. So anyway. Alright, let's turn the sound on in the game now. Just showed off in stream. Oh. Sorry, now you can totally see me talking to my FC. There we go. Cover chat. Alright, so a few things I was thinking about. So first of all, Van Daniel being Amon, that's crazy. And but it also makes a lot of sense because he seems very unhinged and it might be 100%. I accidentally clicked on something else. Not the right window. I have our rating window open because I need to verify the death counter. Anyway. Yeah, so the fact that he's Amon makes kind of sense because he was not totally on board with the rejoining. And so if we think about like the fact that like maybe Amon's will was stronger than the memories and will of Fandaniel that were, you know, present in the crystal when he got put back as Fandaniel, you know, during his Amon life. His will as Amon was so strong that it kind of like he didn't fully become Fandaniel. He was saying that like it didn't entirely agree with him, and he was just like, well, why should I have to do this? Yeah, because he as Amon was so strong-willed, which honestly, because Fandaniel is the Leo constellation, if you do research on that and look it up in the charts, that makes sense, you know? So now that I mean, we don't know who actually got raised as Fandaniel in this lifetime, but now they have to contend with both the memories of Amon and Fandaniel, and most likely because Amon was crazy, super crazy pants, now Amon is like kind of like the dominant memories and will, and Fandaniel's still there, of course, because that's the original, like the original Ascian Fandaniel, but yeah, so now there's a little bit of a split personality thing going on there, which is interesting. You would think of all people are Gemini, which I think was that Hades or Elidibus? One of them. One of them would have been a little more split. But anyway, so I thought that was interesting. I think that makes a lot of sense for why he's crazy and a little flip-floppy on the rejoining. Is because the will of Amon is kind of fighting the will of Fandaniel. Let's see, what else? There was something else I was kind of thinking of too. Trying to remember. Okay, what did we do? So we went to... We didn't do a lot yesterday. Mostly just looked around the town, right? And we're still... So the plan to... Oh, yeah, and I just wanted to show off. See, I'm a 1.0 player. Here's my tattoo. And I also have the carpet Gubu, who I name Prince Gububu. Anyway, I cleaned up my inventory. Now I have all this free space. It's so nice and it's organized. And I got my new retainer to set up for my Endwalker gear. Yeah, anyway. Okay. If I think of what else I want to talk about and it comes to me later, we'll talk about it then. But for now... Who the hell is rowing at me? So for now, what we're going to do to start, we're going to unlock both Sage and Reaper. We're going to start with that. Maybe by then, I think that, depending on how long that takes, we might do a little bit of MSQ, but we still want to keep to our schedule to do some Phoenix Wright. We're going to finish up at least that case, maybe the entire game. I don't know how many cases are left in that third installment. So we're going to finish that up, and then once we're done there, we're going to probably come back and do more MSQ. That's the plan for today. I would have liked to start earlier, but it's Saturday, so I have errands to do in the morning. I have to be an adult at some point in the week, you know? But yeah, for now... I'm on Blue Mage just because somebody glamored their old 1.0 gear, and this is what my Warrior of Light was wearing at level 50 back in 1.0. Except I was a White Mage, obviously, and not a Blue Mage, but... Sorry, not 1.0, 2.0. At the end of 2.0, at the end of ARR. The end of 1.0 is like level 35, 36, I don't really remember, but yeah. So this is what I was sporting back in ARR. I was wearing the post-Moogle, and then the Hildebrand stuff. Anyway, let's go unlock Reaper and Sage. Let's check that stuff out. I hear they're in Limsa and Ulda, so let's start with Limsa. So, where does this unlock? Over here? Isn't this kind of in the same area as where Dancer starts out? Maybe Dancer's like over here. So yeah, it's a little bit farther. Charlet and Maiden. Oh, this must be Sage. Alright. Sage's path. The Charlet and Maiden is taking in the scenery with fascination. Limsa Laminsa, former disreputable haven for pirates, now one of the realm's finest city-states, boasting peerless shipping industry and an enviable culinary culture. Oh, how it bustles! The tomes did not lie. You paladin? Well, here I am, mother, in faraway Eorzea. I will complete this mission, just you watch. In your noble name, and as first of my class, I will succeed. And afterwards, perhaps I shall invite our esteemed alumna Alice for tea at the Bismarck. I'll be the envy of everyone. Yo, Alice is kind of in Charlene right now. I don't know if you knew that. Ah! She has really cute hair. Is that a new hairstyle? My apologies, good madam. I failed to notice you. I am Lala Jinjal, a native of Charlene. By your appearance I assume you're an adventurer. Are you perchance well-traveled in Eorzea? Maybe. So you are! How very fortuitous. And Kirameki's your name, you say? I'd swear I heard it somewhere before. In any event, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As for myself, I'm an operative on a mission from the Forum, our nation's governing body. This being my first time in Eorzea, I studied as best I could in preparation, but there's no substitute for a local's knowledge. Thus did I intend to hire an adventurer like yourself to serve as my escort. The mission is in the pursuit and captive... I can talk, I swear. The mission is the pursuit and capture of fugitives, and thus it will entail some danger. But you appear to be no stranger to such. Might you be willing to assist me in this endeavor? Sure. I'm a healer. I'd be glad to give you the grantor, certainly if the reward is satisfactory. I'll help. We're a helpful warrior of light today. We're here to help. We're here to help the people. Wonderful! While I have some skill with a blade and can fend for myself, I shall be glad of your capable company. If you don't mind a blue mage. Now then, ere I divulge the particulars of my mission, we should head somewhere more private, perhaps outside the city by the Zephyr Gate? Actually, we're gonna switch to Summoner. I'm like, if I have to fight something, I want to make sure I can do it. Carbuncle, come! My FC member said, why do Charlanes hate pants? Alright, Zephyr Gate, she says. Hello? Forgive me if I seem overly cautious, but this mission is highly confidential. Were the wrong people to learn of it, my superiors would give me an earful. But I believe we may speak freely here, so permit me to brief you on the details. As I mentioned, I am on the trail of fugitives, criminals who fled Charlane and came to these shores. What kind of crimes does one commit in Charlane, I wonder? Extremely dangerous individuals who have enhanced themselves via forbidden means. Oh, if you do forbidden studies, I get it. Okay. Means which have rendered them unsound of mind. While in a state of delirium, one of their compatriots even committed murder. He died thereafter due to side effects of his enhancement, but 3 others remain at large and pose a threat to innocence. Oh, that's not good. Their leader, a Vera male. They do have boy buns in Charlane. Is also alleged to have stolen valuable technological secrets. By way of reference material, I've brought the soul crystal. Ow, it's hot, hot, hot! What in the world? I've never known soul crystals to give off such heat before. Hi, I'm a healer. Whew, it finally cooled down. But what could have triggered that intense reaction? Not even at the studium did I ever witness such a thing. But maybe it was you? Hi, it's me, your local healer. The technological secrets which were stolen were contained in a similar crystal. This particular sample has been loaned to me by a healing institute in Charlane. Tell me, Kirameki, in the course of your adventures, have you ever fervently wished to save someone? His name was Horshaphant. But failed to do so despite your best efforts and afterwards cursed your own powerlessness? That's a little mean. I don't want to think about this. Let's keep going. Had to watch some of my dearest friends slip away. Yes, but it doesn't stop me from trying to save whoever I can. He was a dear friend. He gave us shelter and family and hot cocoa when we were being shunned by the rest of the world. Forgive me if my question was indelicate, but there can be no doubt the soul crystal resonated with that desire within you. Freaking white mage wouldn't let me heal him. When I received the crystal, I was told that, should I respond in this manner to my Urizen collaborator, I should entrust it to them. For the knowledge it imparts, the knowledge of Somnotics? I don't know what a word. Would surely avail me in my mission. Developed at the studium, Somnotics is a discipline which combines the which combines the wisdom of medicine, aetherology, and sorcery, and those who have mastered it are called sages. Through medicine, a sage grasps the workings of the flesh. Through aetherology, she unlocks the secrets of the soul, and through sorcery, she learns to manipulate the two. Thus trained, a sage has the ability to both strengthen and heal, yet by the same token, she is also capable of the opposite, of causing harm. Not just anyone can take up the sage's art. One must be prepared to hold the lives of others in one's hands. I'm a white mage, I do that all day. Are you willing to bear such a burden, Kitameki? Yeah, no problem. If you are, would you swear to use the art for good? Then I shall If you are and would swear to use the art for good, then I shall entrust the soul crystal to you. I should say it as a white mage, for better effect. So, have you come to a decision? Then I will bear witness to your pledge. Do you swear to use the sage's art for good, and to wield this power to the best of your judgment and ability? Swear and become a sage? Yes! Excellent. Chosen as you are by the crystal, I had faith that you would rise to the occasion. When those around you cry out for succor, the crystal shall be your ally, for it bears the wisdom of sages past, and their hopes for the future. By the hearkening to their whispers and following in their footsteps, you will come to embody these hopes, to save and change countless lives. Lest you worry how you will learn the art, I can provide guidance, to an extent in any case. During my time at the studium, I had occasion to study semantics, you see. While I wasn't gifted in spellcraft and came to favor steel, I remember the lessons and will share what I know. Together with the soul crystal, I shall provide you with a set of sage's garments. So go on, take up your crystal and don your attire, and we shall begin your training. Ooh. New job, new job. Sage unlocked, yeah. And I have room for the gear because I made space. I made space in my inventory. This is still kind of full, but that's fine. Alright, so we gotta equip the weapon first. Middle praise. I'm naked! Ah, don't look! Don't look, guys! Alright, cool. No longer naked, it's fine. Everything's fine. Gear set list. We're gonna add one. Oh shit, I gotta figure out which hotbar this is. That's the problem with these macros. Alright, this is on. Nope, that's not the right thing. Shared? Shared. Eucrasia and Adderskull gauge unlocked. The Adderskull gauge indicates accumulated stacks of Adderskull, which are restored automatically over time. Adderskull can be consumed to execute actions such as Jokul and Caracal, acquired at level 50. The gauge builds stacks of Addersting when the barrier effect of Eucrasian diagnosis is completely absorbed. Addersting stacks can be used to execute actions such as Toxicon and Toxicon 2. Okay. This is kind of going over my head. I'm more of a figure it out by doing it. Eucrasia, when active, can be used to enhance the effects of dosis, diagnosis, and prognosis. You can view the job gauge description anytime from the actions and traits menu. Okay. Well, okay, it's on the Arcanist bar. Arcanist 8, that's where I need to save this. And unequip. Unable to change jobs, job-specific gear equipped. Oh, lord. Oh, shit, I don't have a Arcanist-friendly book on me right now. That's what my issue is. That's gonna make it a little harder to hotkey this, no? Okay, well. It's fine. We'll just deal with it for right now. Anyway, look at me, I'm a sage. I gotta redo my hotkeys later. Holy schmilks. Okay, let's figure this out. We don't need these. Agareo is raised. Okay, so I usually keep that here. This is AoE damage, so we're gonna put that here. I keep holy. Reduce damage taken by self and nearby party members. That's a bubble. Restores own HP and the HP of all nearby party members. That's like Medica. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 400. Oh, that's cool. And this is a stack. I think that's kind of where I have the other thing. Repose goes here. The Blood Lily. That's what I'm kind of trying to remember where to put that. Grants the self-effect of Cardia and selected party member or self the effect of Cardia and restoring HP after casting certain magic attacks. Oh, so this is how you target them, so you can cast on them. Increase healing magic potency of your next healing spell by 50%. Restores own HP and the HP of nearby party members. This is a lot to take in. Okay, let's start with, that's basic damage. This is a basic heal. Augments certain offensive and healing magic actions. What is this? Restores... Oh. Oh, this is an instant one. And that's the regular one. Oh, here's Esna. Esna goes there. Oh, and this is a rush over to them. Okay. Well. Let's put that one here. I think that's kind of where I have Medica too. Let's make a barrier. It absorbs damage and heals. Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby. So this is AoE. That's heal. So that's HP. I'm gonna have to redo these keys later, but this is a start for now. We'll figure that out later. Lala Jinjal has a mind to introduce you to the Sage's armaments. Oh my god. This is very short skirt. I've got glasses. I'm a smarty pants. I see the crystal has imparted to you its knowledge as expected. Excellent. You're ready to embark on your training and naturally begins with the armaments, a set of short staves known as Nulis. Nulis traced their roots to healers of Eld who employed naturally occurring objects of power known as Adder Stones. These stones, which harbor spiritual energy, were placed around the sick and ailing to create an etheric confluence through which the healer channeled her magics. From this primitive design, Nulis gradually evolved into their present form. While their construction is far more sophisticated, the basic principle remains the same. Remains unchanged. In practice, the Sage wields Nulis as an extension of her mind, sending them darting through the air to weave the arcane pattern through which she unleashes advanced magics. If they sound difficult to wield, well, it is because they are. Even the student's most talented require years of training to become proficient. But you have an advantage that transcends talent. The crystal has chosen you. With its knowledge, the technique will come more naturally to you than others. Now, as much as I would like to have you try your hand with Nulis at once, I've just received promising intelligence from Command. Apparently your fugitives have taken themselves to Idleshire in the Dravanian hinterlands. Let us make our way there at once. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Diagnosis. Alright, so we're gonna go to the Dravanian... Idleshire. Idleshire. I used to read it as Idleshire as well, but then I found out it's actually pronounced Idleshire, and I was like, why? Why is English such a terrible language? Alright, Lala Jinjal, hello. So this is Idleshire. The tales do not do the place justice. Truly impressive what the goblins and their fellow scavengers have managed to build upon the ruins of our colony. Oh. To the task at hand. As I mentioned before, we have reason to believe that the fugitives have recently passed through this town, and may even still be here. For the sake of efficiency... Yeah. I suggest we split up and search. I will see to the town south if you could tend to the north. Walkings for suckers! If you haven't kept up with crafting, this mount is a spoiler. Boop. Oh shit. Rest, come back, I need you! I'm in this game for a while, so I kinda need you to support me. Come back. Oh, there it is. Oh, ah! Help! Somebody help! Please! Did you hear that? Yes, I have ears. They're also a sage and a monk and a black mage? That looks like black mage stance. Sorry, I'm starting on my fan. That man is in trouble! Look at me. When I'm talking to you! That is indeed a male bun. Stop this at once! Did I use my shield? Yee! Look at that! That's cool. A sage's barrier? Loifa. Too many eyes and ears. We'd best leave. You're an angry bun boy. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. Do not get in our way again. You've been warned. Wait! She's got the heterochromia, like me. Oh, that was a thing. How do I make the barrier? Oh, this is it? Whoa! And that's a heal. I feel like I need a better place for that. I'll figure it out later. That was them, our fugitives. But why did their leader protect you? Such questions must wait. We must render aid to this man. Thank you. Had you not intervened when you did, I dread to think what might have become of me. Permit me to introduce myself. Fadronet of Charlene at your service. Truly? I'm Charlene too, a recent graduate of the studium, in fact. Would you mind telling us what happened? Oh, that an alumni should come to my rescue. Thaliak watches over his own. As to what happened, what is there to say? I was going about my business when they set upon me, without warning or provocation. I see. What is your business, if you do not mind my asking? Healing. The provision of it, that is. I am a sage, you see, and I travel the realm providing treatment gratis to those who cannot afford it.
A sage besides! Speaking of which, one of your assailants, the Viera man, also wielded sage magic. Was he known to you?
No, I had never so much as laid eyes upon him before. I do have an inkling, however, as to why the villains have come here. If they use the sage's art for ill, then their destination is like to be Saint Cannot pronounce that. Oh, my camera froze. Why are you doing this, camera? You were fine earlier. You were fine all day yesterday. And then now today, you're just like, I refuse to work. What's up? What's up with that? Whoa. Now you're picking up stuff in the background? You figure yourself out? Okay, okay, we got it. Fine. We're working. Alright, good. The, Saint Mokian's Arboretum.
The Arboretum? What could they possibly seek in that abandoned place?
Following the Exodus, the cultivation of certain plants became forbidden in Charlayan, but that which can no longer be found in the motherland still grows freely there, among which are potent but dangerous herbs.
I see, that does stand to reason, and I dare say it was for your knowledge that the fugitives attacked you.
You two are a sage, yet you do not appear to be Charlayan. How did you come by your soul crystal?
The good people of the Physis Technon had entrusted the crystal to me, and when it exhibited a strong resonance in Kirameki's presence, I in turn entrusted it to her.
Then you were chosen to inherit.
Is aught amiss, Master Faldronet?
No, 'tis nothing. I was but struck by the remarkable providence to have crossed paths with sages so far from home. Ours is a reclusive nation, after all, our policy to observe, not to intervene. Thus, this did not sit well with me, and so I left Charlene behind, as the great Master Louis Soir once did, and though I would never dare equate myself to him, I do believe it my duty to alleviate suffering in the world.
So that's what brought you to Eorzea. You are a noble soul, Master Faldronet, and I commend you your resolve.
Well, I must return to the road. I thank you again for coming to my aid. Till next we meet, and let us both endeavor to seek out new knowledge and possibilities for the betterment of mankind.
Let us head to Saint Mokian's Arboretum at once. Given what we know of the fugitives, I had considered that they might be after knowledge sealed in the Great Gubal Library, but Master Faldronet presents a compelling theory. And for an all but proven theory of my own, our quarry have clearly enhanced themselves with sage magic. I had suspected as much given what they stole, but the leader's actions earlier leave little room for doubt. Not that it gives us any greater insight into who they are or their ultimate goal. Regardless, to use the sage's soul crystal for ill is unforgivable. I'll not rest until these criminals have been brought to justice. Right, to the Arboretum. Our mission aside, I dare say it will be an ideal place for your training.
I've been there a few times. I may have been there a few times. It's a flying carpet of Corvus! I learned something yesterday, and I remember. Alright, the Arboretum is this way. I wonder if I could have just used the Aethernet to come out the gate, but back in my day, we didn't have those, so I kind of forgot about it. You like how they made the quest a tutorial? That's fair, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Did you unlock Sage already, or just Reaper? How edgy are you?
Hello, Lala. By the scholar, so this is Saint Mokian's Arboretum. From the illustrations From the illustrations, I did not think it would be so immense. You have both unlocked. If you don't respond, it's because you're not CEing. You're not CEing? I thought you were supposed to be working on your CEs. It may interest you to know that this place holds special meaning to sages. From ancient strains to crossbred creations, myriad medicinal plants have been cultivated within its halls. It's Q&A. You have to let the video play. Oh, you got 25 minutes to kill. Okay. Alas, in the wake of the Exodus 15 years ago, this once magnificent institution has fallen into ruin. Still, there's a certain charm in seeing nature reassert her dominion. Why, it must be a veritable menagerie of rare wildlife within. I should like to spend a day studying them, field guide in hand. Ahem, forgive me. This isn't a field trip, but a mission. Our objective is to find the fugitives, and failing that, clues that will lead us to them. Please, see to your preparations. A spot of practice with your spells would not go astray, and then we shall venture in. Learned all sage actions and trades to level 70. Detailed descriptions can be viewed. Yada yada yada. Neat. Oh, this is a hot. Alright, that is like Medica. Restore target's HP. Oh, that's a bigger heal. Hold on. So this is more like, because this is a long cast. So that's kind of more like a Afflatus Solus? Oh, and this also restores MP. That's neat. Restores HP and HP of all party members. Oh, and this is an AoE version of that. Okay. Interesting. Wait, there was a long cast, right? That would be like their 2-hour. To use the FF11 term. Oh, this one? Oh, it's to increase... Okay. Increase healing potency. Oh, this. Reacts a magic barrier around self or targeted party member, absorbs damage. Okay, that's the big one. Okay, and then this is AoE. That's a heal. This is a buff. I don't know. We'll figure it out. If you are ready, then let us venture forth. Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again for the most recent of these. Nice. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. That's fair. Let's go. Duty commenced. If our assumption is correct, the fugitives have come and may still be here. Keep your eyes peeled and your guard up. These halls are home to dangerous creatures. I will draw their attention that you may focus on applying your techniques. You're gonna tank. Got it. So, shall we practice some summonautical fundamentals? To begin with, cast Cardi on me. The spell will establish a magical link between us. The residual aether of your attacks will be channeled onto me, healing my wounds as you deal damage to our foes. That's the leech effect that I thought would make a really good next healer move. Yes, just so. Let us continue on. More ball. Sizable fiend ahead. I believe this calls for a barrier. This time, augment your spells using Eucratia, then cast Eucratian Diagnosis on me. Oh, augment. This will bestow a barrier on me that provides both protection and healing. Excellent. Now you may proceed with confidence. How come I can't use this? What do those sounds mean? Oh, can I cast Toxicon? Ooh. Nothing of note here. Let us head deeper into the Arboretum. I don't know what these mean. Fiends ahead. Please watch my back. Oh shit, she's dying. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing here. Ooh, I can use this to deal more damage. Oh, and then this is a... That's damage too. Ah, shit! Shit! Oh, crap. My bad. I was so busy reading I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. No, I'm gonna go in normally, it's fine. I was like, should I move these skills around? What does this button do? It's a lot to take in. Lord, it's making me start over from the beginning. Oh, this is a hot. Okay. So we maybe want to cast the hot. Increase Cardian effects. Granted by you by 50%. Increased healing magic potency for next spell. And that restores MP as well as heals. This also restores MP. Oh! I should put the barrier down. That's a good idea. Removes Eucratian Diagnosis from Eucratian Prognosis. There's a lot to figure out. Your barrier's up, let's go. It's weird not having a hot.
I mean, a dot. Should I be, like, always using Eucratia for everything? It seems like it. Like, why would you not use it, you know? Oh, that's AoE. Ooh, and then that puts a barrier on everybody. Fiends ahead, watch your back. Okay. Oops. So if I bury her and then heal, then she'll kind of get a bigger heal. And that one's the AoE. It's every 30 seconds we could just reduce damage. That's pretty good. See how well you wield your newless, one would not think you a novice. I'm definitely a novice. Oh, my freaking camera crashed again. This is really annoying. Nope, she's running off. No fiends here, but what might this be? Peculiar trace. Some manner of plant seems to have been harvested here. I can't identify it by their remaining parts, however. There may be other clues nearby. We should investigate further. Flurries of tiny bubbles break the water's surface at regular intervals. Some manner of creature hiding under the lily pad, perhaps. An impression on the edge of the lily pad suggests someone knelt here, perhaps to draw water. More of the same plant taken. What could it possibly be? You tell me. Resting at the bottom of the pool is an animal carcass overgrown with plant life. Perhaps it fell in while foraging for food. I don't know if fell in would be the correct term here. Fine scorch marks are an evidence on the leafage, reminiscent of those left by sage magics. Ooh. Someone fought something. Traces of ice. Someone recently fought here. A proficient wielder of magic. The fugitives may be close. Be on your guard. They did have a black mage with them. Yo, man bun, get your ass back here.
Fugitives, in the name of the Forum, I demand you surrender yourselves at once!
Hi, I'm a noob sage. Follow the weapons to bear against us. No matter. I warned you once and I won't warn you again. I've got this. Stand back! Chi bomb. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna hang it back here. Why move? Moving's for suckers. Restores HPs on the attacks of artifact of Cardian. What are you doing, buddy? Oh lord. Making me work. It does make everything instant cast, which is kind of nice. What does this do? Oh, that's a rush. Ooh. Neat. Oh shit, that was the wrong one. That's another heal. Let's check this out. Nope, does nothing. Oh, maybe I have to have the bubble up. And so that's enough. You mustn't lose your temper. God damn it, if it wasn't for that sage.
Hi, me, I'm a sage. Should I be attacking their sage or what? What's the plan here? Oh lord. This is getting us nowhere. Kill their sage, and they're like, well, kill your sage. And I was like, okay. I don't really want you to do that. I would really prefer you didn't kill me. Oh, that's making it a dot, and then you're supposed to... Okay, I understand the, I finally started paying attention to what my DPS is doing. I get it now. You're really annoying, you know that? I don't like moving! I hate this. Oh, cool, we got him. I'm like, I don't have the buttons memorized, that makes this a little difficult. Okay, good enough. I understand a little bit more, but it's gonna take a lot more fiddling around with it and practicing.
Lufia, we don't have time for this. You held your own against the Enhanced. But that's enough sport for now. The mission takes precedence. What mission? You!
Confound it, not again!
I guess we're gonna be chasing them for the next 10 to 20 levels. Ooh, they dropped something. That's convenient.
What's this?
Why are you asking me? How should I know? Pick it up and look at it.
The pouch they dropped contained a plant. What they came for, I shouldn't doubt. Just some manner of herb, but none I've seen in the course of my studies. And as I made my way out, I also stumbled upon what appears to be a diary of the entrance. Though much of its contents are magically obfuscated, I could make out some nautical terms, so we may assume it belonged to a sage. As we continue our pursuit, I will work on lifting the enchantment. When you have a moment, please feel free to peruse the contents in Idleshire. On that note, let us head back to the settlement.
Washoy! Washoy! I forgot my mount music's off. Also, I was very confused that it was quiet. We're almost there. The map music's nice. Quite nice.
Washoy! Washoy! Washoy!
Oh, it's not making them happy. I didn't make the gobby happy. Can I make you happy? Hey! And we made the diary happy. That's funny. Diary of a Sage. Entries 1 to 2. A young child was brought in today, so very young to be suffering so. But if anyone can save her, 'tis we sages of Physis Technon, and save her we will. Though it took many days and repeated treatments, we have managed to stabilize our most recent patient. We adapted the Eucratia spell as my clever husband proposed, and it worked wonders. His brilliance truly belies his youth. Despite being 50 years my junior, he has already achieved so much.
I've dispatched the plant to Charlene for identification. When we learn what it is, I believe we will gain insight into the villain's objective. Now tell me, Kirameki, have you been practicing with the Nulis while I wasn't looking? I ask because even with the crystal's knowledge, you demonstrated remarkable proficiency. No, I just actually had to do it twice. Regardless, 'tis plain you have a gift for the art. The sages whose memories reside in the crystal must be beaming with pride. Though sometimes I cannot help but wonder, if the sage's art was created for the betterment of mankind, why then does it incorporate techniques which inflict harm? And the fugitives, what could have compelled them to spurn our homeland's prescribed policy, as Master Louis Swan and Master Falternet have? Heck, but I'm used to no avail. It'll be a while before we hear back regarding the plant. Until we do, please take the opportunity to continue honing your skills. As you go about your training, remember to heed the voices within your soul crystal. Do so, and your predecessors will surely grant you the wisdom to protect those you hold dear. A Diary of a Sage is now available for perusal. More entries will become legible as you progress through the story. Hey! We a sage now. Which bar do I have the DPS tied to? User macros. Share deeps. Conjurer. I don't know if I have a conjurer weapon on me.
Nope, just white mage. White mage only. Straight white mage. Okay. Well, we can't add things to the bars right now. We'll have to do that later. That's a later me problem. Oh, actually, no, sorry. I did want to be on Summoner. We're gonna go unlock Reaper! Or should we unlock let's go on Dragoon. I'm kidding. I lied. We're gonna go on Dragoon. Dragoon! To Ulda! Let's do it. I'm ready. Where is it? Oh, it's like way over there. I'll walk, it's fine. Can I see my... You can kind of see my tattoo in this outfit, but it's like mostly hidden underneath this thing. It's in your trapezius area. Right there. Dragoon. I enjoy the quality of life change to Dragoon, so you don't have to manually cast this, but I miss the blue dragons that would be like all swivelly swivel around you. That was really cool. That was like one of my favorite things, and now I don't have it anymore. Anyway, Flustered Attendant. The Flustered Attendant is in urgent need of someone with a knack for chasing off ruffians. Hey, that's me. I'm really good at that. This quest will unlock the Reaper job. The Killer Instinct. Okay, let's do it. You there! You're the fighting sort, yes? And by the looks of it, one of no mean skill. My employer's in desperate need of a woman of your talents, you see. He's been beset by threats from an unsavory group of thugs known as the Lemures. Their leader demands my master part with some of his considerable wealth, or, well, I'll just tell you they call her the Reaper, and leave the rest to your imagination. We don't intend to acquiesce to these churlish demands without a fight, and a stout arm by our side would go far to ensure our survival. Your arm, perhaps? In case the opportunity to perform a good deed isn't enticement enough, please be reminded that my master possesses considerable wealth. If you would aid us, come with haste to Sapphire Avenue Exchange, where we make our stand against these brutes. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Da-do-ba-ba-ba. Just kidding. Whee! Oh my god, it's Senya! Let's be surprised at her. Hello, Flustered Attendant. Ah, you've come! I knew you were every ilm the brave warrior I thought you to be. Hello, GGO. You're definitely a dude. He looks like a hippie. Whoa! Hi, you! I know why you're here, and if you mean to lay a finger on my coin purse, you'll have to pry it from my cold lifeless. Master Cecilio! She's a friend! This adventurer has agreed to help. We'll show that Reaper what her empty intimidations are worth. Ah, I see. My apologies, madam. Tensions have been high as of late, as I'm sure you can understand. For reasons that elude me, these Lemures have made my life a waking nightmare. Sight unseen, they have demanded I begin paying them for the luxury of my own life. Rumors abound of their origins. Some say they are the detritus of some barbaric nation. They flaunt our laws and threaten their betters with impunity. They're led by a dead-eyed killer who draws her scythe at the smallest slight. Refuse their payments of coin, and she takes her share of your lifeblood instead. Rubbish, I say. The Reaper is naught but a toothless bandit. Interesting theory you have there. Care to test it? You're the Reaper! Oh, she old. Older than I thought she would be. Oh, you're a perceptive one, ain't you? Suppose that's how you came to be in the possession of so many shiny things. And what do we have here? Hiring more help with while our ledgers remain unbalanced? You wouldn't be trying to wriggle your way out of paying us for a job well done, would you? Did you hire them and then not pay them? Because I would murder you for that. What was all that about sight unseen? You've hired these lemures before. My, how do you keep the lies straight? You didn't tell us your hard muscle here, what great friends we were. So great, in fact, that you trusted none other than me and mine to put the scare into your competition. A job we were happy to do. You can't find your fortune in this fair city without stepping over a few bodies on the way, after all. But as flexible as our morals are, I'm afraid without the coin to bend them, we only have one recourse. Unless... Hello, I am a dragoon. One does wonder how you found yourself with a bodyguard of such uncommon mettle. Aye, not an ounce of fear in that gaze, and not a mote of puffed-up arrogance, either. This last, my dear Digilio, is the genuine article. Hi. She has what we in the mercenary trade called the killer instinct. Okay. What do you mean by that? How's this? For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I'll make it simple. Allow me to take this adventurer off your hands, and the debt is forgiven. What? That's all? I believe this is what them in your trade call a bargain. As for you, adventurer, it seems you've been made a free agent. But if you're still inclined to put those instincts of yours to use, come and visit our headquarters in Pearl Lane. Doors open. Am I down to do some shady mercenary work? Well, that went about as well as can be expected. At least I think it did. Payment, you say? Regretfully, it seems your contract has changed hands. Please, you must do as the Reaper asked. If you don't, I fear she might return for her wages, and this time demand interest. Oh, all right. I don't do it for you. I do it because I want to cut people's heads off. Hey, maybe that's what Choco was dreaming about. He wants to be a Reaper. You don't think someone stole it, do you? I wouldn't put it past this lot. The terms are to my liking. I've got options, you know. Fair enough, fair enough. Loyal Lemure. Boss told me you'd be coming along. Coming in? Yeah, enter Lemure's headquarters. Let me in. Yeah. Boss, the great guest of honor's arrived. Hi. Ah, the savior of Alamigo, and Doma deigns to appear before me. I have heard all about you. It's hard not to in this line of work. Stories paint you as ferocity incarnate. Force of nature, few have survived. Peace, friend. I've no desire to put the killer to the proof personally. I don't have a death wish.
You can call me Drusilla. I'm a Reaper, one of many, and the leader of this little family here. As to why I invited you into our home, there's a job I'd like you to take care of for me. Depends on the job. I won't work with criminal... That ain't true. Depends on the job. Now don't you wear that virtuous heart of yours, eh? I wouldn't ask you to do so much as bend the law. This job is purely for the benefit of your fellow man. All you have to do is kill one for me. Though perhaps kill ain't the right word, seeing as he's already dead. Don't look so surprised. I know you've seen the dead walk. This time you'd be up against a void scent, come here to unleash its singular brand of wickedness upon the world. Won't be an easy task. The evil drive in this monster is black as the void and near as deep. Countless souls have succumbed to its hunger. Worthy prey for one inclined to heroics, don't you think? You can't face it as you are, though, stored as your strength may be. I'll need you to train in techniques. Techniques that'll let you pierce the void and slaughter its kin. What could you have to teach me? Keep talking. Keep talking. What's that? Ooh, you're Garlean. Don't see many Garleans in Ulda, do you? Let alone ones as savage as this. Save your startled gas. I'm not out of surprises yet. Yo, I've known some friendly Garleans. It's fine. Hold your hand out to the crystal here. Oh, that's right. They did say the origin of the Reapers was that they were Garleans who got mad that shit was wrecking their farms. Botanists, rise up! If you're made of the stuff I think you are, then you're in for a treat. Ooh. I'm making a friend. Hello. It's my own personal Koji Fox. That's it. I knew you had what it takes. This be an avatar. A manifestation of your essence and the Stygian power of the void scent on the other side. A void scent to which, if you so choose, you will bind to yourself. You'll gain skills unlike anything you've ever known. Skills that have allowed people like me to operate in the shadows and kill those that need killing since time immemorial. That's interesting. And your first assignment, should you walk this path, is to use the power of one void scent against another for the betterment of the realm. Your reward will be the wisdom of countless generations of Garlean assassins. Ooh, I'm gonna become a Garlean assassin? What is siding with my kind what makes your stomach churn, then... Thought of having one foot in the void twist your guts worse than the moon's blood. Oh my god. You talk too fast! But if siding with my kind makes your stomach churn, then take your indignation and piss off! If the thought of having one foot in the void twist your guts worse than the moon's blood, then take your cowardice and piss off. And if you've any concern for the sanctity of your soul, then take your virtue and piss off. However, if you've none of the aforementioned objections, and you don't mind walking the knife's edge twixt life and death, then you'll have the tools to see your justice done and done right. Every time. This is the choice you must make, and soon. Every moment our quarry stalks the land is another opportunity for it to do harm. Ooh, this is some music. I'm digging this music. I take it you've come to a decision, am I right?
There'll be no turning away once you've chosen, mind you. You'll be danced with death and return as its envoy, or you won't return at all. So what'll it be? I will not suffer this void to make threaten the innocent. I will dance. I'm not much of a dancer, but I want the power to see my justice done. We're dancers. We already mastered the dancer class. I prefer to keep well clear of death if it's all the same to you. I don't really like any of these. I'll dance. Very good. Then let's not waste time. Take up this crystal in the test of both worlds that you will walk as a reaper. Bind yourself to the void and claim the strength that the weak of heart shun. Through the avatar at your side does the void sense bring its power to bear, feeding upon the souls of the fiends you cut down in return. Not a bad arrangement, eh? But I'm sure you're tired of words. Here, the traditional weapon of our order. Let's see how it looks strapped to your back. Reaper unlocked. Hells yeah. Music attire. Neat. Deep gold war scythe. Equip. I'm naked, don't look! Don't look, don't look. Okay, it's safe. Soul gauge. The soul gauge can be filled via the execution of certain weapon skills or by defeating enemies afflicted with death's design. With sufficient soul stored in the gauge, you can execute actions such as Bloodstock, Grimswath, acquired at level 55, or Gluttony, acquired at level 76. Okay. Check me out. The other class was no pants, but this is all pants. What a funky looking scythe. Drusilla has a mission in mind for a fledgling reaper. The harvest begins. Oh wait, hold on. Let me look at my... Oh lord, hotkeys. Second wind goes there. What is this? Delivers an attack potency to all enemies in a cone before you. Potency 400. Execute from flank. Combo to slice. Action Bloodstock tunes Unveiled Giblet. Attack with potency of 300. Flicks target with Death's Design. Leg sweep goes to 6. Bloodbath can... I don't know, go there. Waxing Slice. Oh no, there's... Okay, we gotta move shit first. I gotta find the combos and put the combos together. Why doesn't it put the combos together? Why does it make me do this? Okay. To all nearby enemies. Quickly dash 15 yards backwards. Nearby cone. Increase soul gauge by 10. This is a flank thing. To all nearby enemies. Oh yeah, this is also nearby. Afflicts them with Death's... Summons your avatar to deliver an attack with a potency of 340. That seems rather important. Shooting a cone before you. Okay, so that's AoE version. Okay. Nearby cone. I mean, I don't know. And then that's a rear move. That's dash forward. Oh, this is a cast. Attack with the potency of 300. Shadow of Death. Attack 460. But I like to keep my heals over here. Or which one of these moves is a longer cast? Oh, this is a longer cast. So I'll put that somewhere else. Then we'll move those over. I guess I'll put this here for now. Grants Crest of Time borrowed to self, creating a barrier that nullifies damage. Ooh! So this is a save my own ass move. Which I guess we could put there. Oh, but this is a dash. A dash I would usually put on 5. Great, we'll put dash 5 there. To attack to all nearby enemies. Oh, there's a lot of buttons to this. Those can go there, that's fine. To all nearby enemies. That's forward, that's back. And we can move this over. That's kind of like Red Mage. There's a lot of buttons. This is going to involve some test dummy time. Anyway, let's continue. Drusilla has a mission in mind for a fledgling Reaper. How do you find the weight of the scythe in your hands? Pleasing, I hope. Now that we have a bit more in common, it's time we became better acquainted. What's the name of our newest Reaper? Kirameki Parfait. Sparkling Parfait. Kirameki, doesn't quite roll off the tongue, but so it is with yours and names. With every new one I learn, one more is forgotten. Don't forget me. Yours can replace Egilio. After our little conversation, I think he'll give us a wide berth. And in Ode, we've more worthwhile concerns than shifty merchants. Namely, getting you conversed well and proper in the tricks of our trade. And the best way to do that is through battle. One of the family is having trouble with a particularly vexing fiend and has sent word asking for assistance. He goes by the name of Arnegus, and he's stationed out near Cutter's Cry. Not much of a fighter, but he's got a keen mind for trade, and can find a needle and a stack of needles if need be. We'd best hurry before he ends up at the bottom of some monster's gullet. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. To Cutter's Cry. Oh god, we're gonna lock the hotbar. I know we've got a butt move, so we want to stay on his butt. Oh, that's a flank move. Oh no, there's a flank and a butt move? Who did this? That's a cone. Oh lord. Oh no. This is gonna get complicated. I'm probably gonna end up moving the hotkeys around eventually, just... I don't know where yet. I kinda wanna put them together. This is move forward. Man, I don't know. I'll think about it. Hey, Drusilla. Kirameki, say hello to Arnegus. It's not his real name, of course. He's a Garlane as we come. But I'd say he makes a passable Highlander in the correct light. Yeah, just don't show off your forehead. Wear a hat. It's fine. Boss, who's this? Are you sure we should be getting an outsider involved? Thank you for your discretion, Arnegus, but it ain't needed. She has a personal contract with me, so consider her a mercenary in service to the family. Whatever you'd say in front of me, you can say in front of her. By your wheel, boss. A chimera has been making these sands a living hell for anyone who dares to wander in its territory. Would be us, since our trade route cuts right through it. Men have hired to carry my goods are scared to death, and I can't blame them. None of us are fit for monster hunting, so I sent for you. I'll see what we can do, Arnegus. Might want to find a rock to hide behind, though. Chimeras ain't known for being the most discriminating of beasts. Time to put your new skills to good use, Karameki. You have learned all Reaper actions and traits up to 70. And you're gonna go beat some shit up. Have fun! Alright, cool. Ready, Audrey? Yeah, let's do it. I probably should buy right side, but that's fine. That's a leader me problem. Let's get on with the hunt, eh? We'll need to draw out the chimera with myrmidon meat. And don't custom yourself to the Reaper's tools. Harvest the souls of the fallen to call forth your avatar. Reapers can summon their avatar by filling their soul gauge. The soul gauge will fill when performing combo actions, starting with Slice or when using skills such as Soul Slice. The best Reapers fight in tandem with their avatars. Let's see how you do. Oh, there's Soul Slice. Check the potency. Interesting, interesting. Well. Oh. So you teleport and then you cast Harp. Oh. I clearly didn't read the thing the whole way. Nice. Nice. You get to kill him more quickly than I could hope for. It'll be an easy thing to summon your avatar to your side. Let's move on to the fun bit, eh? Your avatar will help you strike fear into the hearts of your foes. Cupid will hurt him from the flank, and Giles will surprise him from behind. If you're getting swarmed, use Guillotine to carve yourself some space. Chimera won't be able to resist the smell of blood. Make sure to soak those sands in it. Yo, I gotta move some hotkeys around first. Hold on. So we're gonna put this here. That's flank, that's rear. That's all my AoEs. I don't know. I don't know what this does. I don't know. Oh shit. Whoops. I forgot. That's not the... That's not my AoE, bro. That's AoEs. Do it! Using Guillotine like a true killer, reap a feast of souls in one fell swoop. Grand Soul Reaver. It'll hit him from the side. Okay. Oh, I need to use each one properly. Okay, I see. I get it. I understand. Gals just move behind, switch off between that and Gilbert to make your attacks even more deadly. Oh shit. I'm really used to AoEs being on my top row because of Gunbreaker right now. But I do move them around. Our target arrives! Finish this and I'll let you keep its head as a trophy. So long as your avatar is by your side, a monster like this is nothing more than easy prey. Show me you've been listening, Killer Mecca. Give your avatar a feast to remember. Remember to position yourself. Gilbert from the side, Gallows from the rear. Remember, simple enough, eh? Remember your positions yourself. Did I not do that right? Maybe I hit the wrong button. Oh, I messed up the combo. Okay, supposed to do it right away. I didn't even use Soul Slice. I was still thinking about it. That's kind of fun. I might end up liking that. It makes satisfying noises. The sound effects are part of what makes me like certain classes. Like how I like Assassin because Crit Assassin and RO because crits make such satisfying crunchy noises. Anyway, bloody impressive work that. I knew there was something about you, but truth be told I didn't expect you to make such clean work of that Chimera. I reckon even I might be hard-pressed to match that display. You know talent when you see it, boss, and with that the cerulean will flow once more. Among his many roles, Arnegas is a merchant of sorts. He sells ceruleum at a price that'd make those gill pinchers in Amalgina and Sons balk, but still turns a pretty profit. We can barely keep up with the demand, despite the occasional beast or two butting into our affairs. All thanks to you, boss, and our countrymen up north, of course. Here's to getting back to business as usual. I'm dealing with Garleans, but you know what? Their country's kind of fucked up right now, so they're probably not bad. Ceruleum ain't easy to come by, as you well know. Amalgina and Sons protects their monopoly with a gilded fist, but they've yet to force the Imperial stragglers up north out of the market. Now, before you go running off to the flames, let me assure you that this arrangement is entirely above board. Selling goods to the Imperials is forbidden by law, but there's nary a word writ about buying for them. I know you Eosians like to call Garleans by all sorts of colourful names. Bastards, tyrants, invaders, and aye, we've got all those and worse. But while many a foul deed has been committed for the glory of the Empire, we ain't megalomaniacs to a man. Even amongst the purebloods, those that serve don't always do so by choice. Could be argued we're all casualties of the great Machina's ambition. Now, no small number of Empire's troops would return home in a heartbeat if they could. But the world being what it is, most settle for sending their family what few coins they can afford to part with. Most of the artisans wouldn't suffer A wit of colour to complicate their black and white view. But if you're going to fight with us, you should learn the truth of our past. You're a bunch of angry farmers, right? Long ago, long before the Empire, our forebears lived in Locus Amenis, down in southern Ilsabard. That's where Raha's from! It's called Corvus, right? That means they're descendants of the Alligans. With temperate climes and fertile earth, the land provided. Many of us were but simple farmers, harvesting abundant crops in the self-same scythes the reapers would eventually wield. But gifts are ever the object of envy. When not tilling the fields, our ancestors were forced to defend them. Every year they yielded a few more ilms, and some 800 years ago now, they were driven from Locus Amenus completely. They fled north to the frozen region that would become Garlemald. Even there, they fought tooth and nail for the scant resources of that frigid land. From the fires of hardship were the first magitech devices forged, and with innovation upon innovation, that humble group of farmers grew into an insatiable empire. But before that miraculous twist of fate, we were a dying breed, bereft not only of magic, but of hope itself. With no natural advantages to speak of, our mere survival was in question. From a harsh necessity were the Reapers born. We turned our tools to weapons and struck a bargain with the Whispers in the dark. With the Void's power, we could strike at an army's beating heart, slay their generals, and throw the rank and file into disarray. Our way is to end battles before the sparks catch, to sacrifice the one for the many, to keep outrageous hands away from family, friends, and lovers. And now this power belongs to you. We're assassins, basically, but with scythes. Remember our story. Remember what drives a woman to turn to the void. You'll not be led into deeper temptations. Look, we have a dark night. It's fine. We heard you had an edgy class and you wanted something edgier. Our cure is done. I'll see you back at headquarters. Oh, that was the thing. We'll fly back. Whee! That's my inventory space now. It's alright. I should still put some things away. I have room in my saddlebag now, so now I can put some of these in here. Nope. Right, that's the wall. Lower. There we go. It's fine. I got this. Hey, space. Look, there's more ring space. That's beautiful. Okay. To Pearl Lane. So that's gonna be Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Oh, I guess I could have also gone to the Miners Guild. It's like right there. Oh, Weaver's Guild. Whatever. Same difference. Flank Kiramaki, you hidden in? Yes, let me in. For your first outing, you did good. I think you've earned the right to know just who this lot you've thrown yourself in it with is. I don't really care. You might have gathered this yourself, but the Lemire's were formed to support those Garleans who are living in exile. Tain't easy to be far from home, let alone in a place where most would sooner gut you than offer help and hand. Often the only place to make a living is in the shadowy corners that lie outside the watchful gaze of the law. No, I don't expect you to embrace us like brothers and sisters straight away, But I do know this. I do expect you to apply yourself to this job. Yep, that's fine. That's fair. In the meantime, I'll be working with the family to ascertain the whereabouts of our prey. I expect that scythe to be like an extension of your own body, but when we next speak. The harvest begins! Okay, that was cool. Yeah, we've unlocked everything. Oops, wrong one. Yep, there we go. Oh, Blue Mage is still capped at 70. Nice, this is filling out very nicely. The next DPS will probably fill up here, so that this is nice and even. There's a lot of melees. Okay, anyway. Let's go back to Old Charlene and continue our conversation with our dear friend Alice. Back to MSQ time. And then maybe in about an hour-ish, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, we'll go ahead and do our weekly bit of Phoenix Wright. Finish that game up. Let's walk. I'm enjoying the music. Oops. Oh no, I went too far. She's over here.
Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
We're just walking around trying to get some information. Keeping Alice company so we don't have to read books.
She brought us coffee.
お父様に感動を言い渡されたこと、別に冗談だと思ってたわけじゃないのよ。
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
The Japanese is for me, but I'm reading it in English for you. I'm not gonna read like the parts that go too fast. That's just not gonna happen.
ただ実感はしてなかったのかも。あんな扱いを受けて、今やっと身に染みてきたっていうか。
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in. Then I began to feel the weight of what it meant.
シャーレアンに行こうって決めた時のこと覚えてる？
Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlayan?
ラハがただならない事態が起きてるからこそお父様はあんな突き放し方をしたのかもって。
Graha said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of the strategy, to keep us at arm's length.
実際そうなのかもしれない。頭が固くておじい様とは何度も喧嘩してた人だけど血を流すがいいだなんて決して言わなかったもの。
Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt.
でもね、戦うことが正しいのかって問いに答えられなかったのも本当。
And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say.
そのことでアルフィノは思い悩んでたけど、私は進んできた道を間違えたなんて思えなかった。
Neither did Alfino, I
ただ
know.
怒って反発して。
But never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume quietly.
Sorry, silently.
そっちの方がタチ悪いわよね。少し見方を変えたら自分も頑固で独善的なのかもって後になってからふと気づいたの。
It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family.
あの時あの問いになんて答えたら自分もお父様も裏切らずにいられたんだろう。
If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
they taking those crates? That presumably have a shit ton of crystals in them. Or other goods.
中に入っていった。ってことは、ラビリンソスへの搬入ね。
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
The what?
うん。この島の地下にある大きな施設のことよ。
A vast complex beneath the island.
シャーリアンといえば、世界中から知識を集めてるでしょ。それは何も紙や試験管に収まるものだけじゃないわ。
Charlene is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples.
動物や植物、さまざまな命ある資料を生きたまま保管、研究する。それがラビリンソスってわけ。
Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
にしても、かなりの荷物だったわね。私が住んでた頃は、船を使うような搬入自体めったに見なかったのに。
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
Definitely something going on in there.
ラストスタンドで聞き込みをしてくれた時、グリーナーの出入りが頻繁になってるって話があったのよね。
Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
さっきの船に乗ってたのも多分グリーナーだわ。それもラビリンソスに搬入を行える議会公認のグリーナー。
I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the forum.
彼らの動きが最近テロフォロイが現れた頃から活発になっているなら、そこに哲学者議会の思惑が隠れてるかも。
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then the Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the forum is planning.
Do they have a damn tower down there in Labyrinthos and they're trying to fucking hide it from us? We don't need your help. We gotta sneak in. Is it time to sneak in through the canals? I'm gonna go for a little swim. Hey, me and Alice, they can both breathe underwater. It's fine. Yeah, we're 81. Nice. Good job, us. A labyrinth descent. Alice is excited to share your revelations.
We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back.
That's fair. Ooh, crafting stuff. That's a later-us thing. MSQ first. Okay, we want to go here, the studium, and then south to the Numenon. Hey, Raha.
Is that coffee I smell? Did I miss the tea break? Where's Alice? I thought she was with you.
My loyal assistant returns. There's a lexicon on the floor that I need you to... Oh, you found something, haven't you?
Welcome back, Kirameki. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners.
Yep, so they're definitely hauling a bunch of stuff to Labyrinthos. Don't know what it is. Could be crystals. If it's crystals, I'm super suspicious. But there was also a bunch of... Yeah, there's a bunch of crystals in that one place where Moonbeata's parents were supposed to work, and then they're suddenly relocated. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtola observed earlier, Numenon archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Kirameki and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlanes know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetuated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action should seem obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Fine idea. What should we expect down there? Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book. No, what are we expecting? What's down there? Tell me more.
Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise.
No, spoil me. Not really spoil me. I want crowd to spoil me. I don't want anyone else to spoil me. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place.
That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is.
You'll be okay by yourself?
Watch your step in Labyrinthos. It's rather more perilous than a simple storehouse, although that will likely make the experience all the more attractive to an adventurer like you.
Are the experiments running amok? Are the samples running amok? Do they have free reign?
Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close.
Follow Alice and try not to fall behind. What?
Off we go then.
Alice sets off at a brisk walk.
It's pleasant here among the trees, but we really should move along.
Yo, I'm walking faster than you. Walk a little faster. This is my walk, and it's still faster than yours. Maybe it's because I'm taller than you.
Now we run. Try to keep up.
Okay.
Keep to the path straight ahead. We cross this bridge. here. Running up the stairs. The rostra, not far now. Oh, there's a side entrance? What? Oh my god, there is. How did I not see that? That's funny. I'm fucking blind. Here we are. Through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving.
Yeah, I did it earlier. What do you take me for? Someone who doesn't believe in Aethernet shards? Nah. It's really funny to watch people who are, like, not used to the Aethernet shards, like, not be willing to click on them. It was just... That was one of the things I just thought was pretty funny. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. You didn't take a wrong turn into the rostra there, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly to barging into a private session. How did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission of our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. I came here earlier and was like, oh, the lift's down. I was like, but I want to go in. Must be fixed now. Conveniently. Interesting.
溢れた資料を床に積むものはどんな時代にも存在したが、この施設の考案者も確実にその口だろう。住めなくなれば別の場所へ、空きもなければ作ってしまえというわけだ。おそらく最初はそれだけのこと、それだけのことがすり替えられた。
They made a fake sun. That's pretty advanced.
まるで抜け出すことのできない迷宮を築くかのように。
With a fake sky? I guess if they have live animals here, it's to help keep them balanced.
Not what you expected? I must admit the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Charlene itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man. The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
それを400年ほど前に見つけて、資料や生態サンプルを保管する場所として改築してきた。深部は今なお拡張されていると聞くわ。
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Damn.
Aren't those people gleaners?
格好からしてそのようだね。 彼らは単独行動している印象が強いが、今日は随分集まっているようだ。
Hi, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but it would seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today.
君たちが予想した通り、いつもとは違った仕事をしているのかもしれないね。
Maybe as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
早速手分けして話を聞いてみましょう。
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Uh-oh. Echo? No? Not echo headache? What's going on?
今私を呼んだかしら。
Nope, something's definitely talking to her through her echo ability, because hers was still, like, auto-translator or something. I don't know. I forget. Did you call to me just now? Nope, wasn't me.
気のせい。昇降機で急に下がってきたからかしら。
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
ごめんなさい。お互いに情報収集頑張りましょう。
I'll be fine. I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we? Ooh, we gotta talk to everybody. Franlifin. Will you be returning to above ground to Old Charlayan, madam? Nope. Thanks for the offer, though. Lagantota. Oh, fresh face. That's a rare sight. How might I help you, newcomer? What do you do here? Simply put, my job here is to record and classify the Gleaner's acquisitions, but the work's anything but simple. We collect all manner of items here in Labyrinthos. Ancient scriptures, artifacts, rare specimens, you name it. Odds are we have it. And all of that needs to be inspected. What kind of place is this? This is Upper Arkinthos. Akrinthos? Akrinthos. Labyrinthos' primary storage facility for materials delivered via their lift. Here we identify and sort said deliveries before they're sent on to the Archaeon or another facility for safekeeping. You might say we're a service entrance for Labyrinthos. Flimborg. Not looking forward to transporting all this, but I am looking forward to a nice drink afterwards. Hey, Alfie. Excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Miyandi? This is for Aporia. This is for Dalmazin. Zane? Dalmazine? Fascinating. But could we go back to what you were saying earlier? Since I have to talk to 3 people, I guess I could talk to you. Hello, Aaronville. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Aaronville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. Hello, potato child. No lato. I only started as a gleaner, so I don't mind handling menial chores. Any experience is good experience, right? I'll do whatever it takes so that one day they'll trust me with those veteran requests that take you all over the world. Junkmonger, what you got? Should I buy more Gashel greens? Yeah, 555 is a good number. Teeve? Let me think. The Rhea seed should be item 1058, Cumin seeds 1059, Snurbbleberry 1060, or were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Korthan carrots for the Jirabanian carrots? What then? Your exchange with Teve has taught you about the large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Are they backing up literally everything in the world so that once the world's destroyed, they're just gonna bunker up in here and then be like, surprise, we're gonna restore everything? What a bunch of jerks. Wow. Wonder what it looks like during the day. Nay, I am not shirking my duties. I've not been down here in an age, and wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, there is not obviously out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? That's a mammoth. $427 to the east. Too far. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. Anything else that needs delivering? There's somebody over there. Is that meant in jest? Of course there is. All you can see here, in fact. They did one a few summers ago, though. Even then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchange with Dobin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Any luck, Kirameki? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? Taking stock, large shipments, and exhausted gleaners. So this grand operation began without warning? And for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum definitely is up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Hey, now I have Ethernet access to the Hall of Artifice Labyrinthos. Nice. Even though I don't see an Ethernet shard here. Okay. Kryl appears lost in thought. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Kirameki, I have an idea. Alright, what is it? Did one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined toward a more friendly and enlightening conversation. Oh, you sneaky potato. That's exactly what I was gonna do. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Do you have a crush on my little Kryl? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, Erinville. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Trust me, I've got this. The name's Erinville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagshan marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search in the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Alright, Burb, come on. We're gonna go hunting. Washoy! Ooh, what are you? You're a troll! You're a funny looking troll. Holy shit, you are ugly, my dude. Oh shit! Ay! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I didn't mean it! I was just kidding! Oh! Whoop, 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 up, up. Ah! I know I could just kill him. Alright, cool. Hunting coyote. Sense a hostile presence. Don't rip my neck. I like my neck. It's just a flesh wound. Hey, little mousey. Chirp squeak. Hey, get back here! Barely have you ready the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Great. Thanks. 209 to the east. Well, we're going east, so that's convenient. $126 should be close by. $73 to the northeast. Oh, you on the fucking cliff. I will go around to get that. I don't care. Oh, can I even get up there? Oh yeah, yeah I can. It's up here, this way. I think we're gonna have to beat up that troll right there. Oh, maybe those two trolls. Alright, I'm gonna fight you so you don't turn around and grab me. You look like something from that one book where the wild things are. Oh lord. Don't come over here! Alright, cool. $520 to the south. Whee! Down again. There should be a safer jump, it's fine. Hello, grizzled mouse. It's somewhere that way. Hunting troll, you're so small! Your friends are so big and you're so small. Put it in the sack. Squeak. Rat sack. Oh my god, he fucking ran for it. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Great. You're on the cliff that was just at, weren't you? What better to catch a rat than a cat? Hear them crickets? I hear them crickets. Where are you? Oh, it's daytime now. Oh, you're like way in the corner here. Chirp. This is whimsical music. Squeak, squeak. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Perfect. This music feels very Disneyland. Oh, there's quests here. Hey, Ernville. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Yeah, he was a squirmy little bugger. The sack holds the plump, wriggling form of one greatly annoyed grizzled mouse. Ha, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Are you a bun boy? Ooh. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. Yeah, my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? What will you do with the marmots now? Who asked you to do this? Why, the authority in charge of the Labyrinthos. Now and in perpetuality. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. They're trying to come up with meat for the apocalypse. So that they can be their own self-sustaining country. They're planning to move into Labyrinthos because the world above is going to get scorched to hell. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Kirameki. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Yep, and I got it for him. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Krill of the students of Baldesion. These are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls, other animals to capture, and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? Yep, he definitely got told to do shit by the Forum. So we've confirmed the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophori made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophori's declaration was what set all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to Archaeon? From there we can reach the lower... Oh shit. Kryl, what's going on? Kryl, what's wrong? Yep, that's the wrong thing. I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. Soldiering. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to Archaeon. We followed the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse. Or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. No kidding! I already know that. This is a big map. None of those are blue, so I don't care about them right now. Glorified rat catcher. This is very whimsical music. Oh, that is pretty. Look at that. We even have a windmill. Why are the trolls here? What are they studying? .372 to the southeast. This is the foremost material archive in Charlayan. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. This is the anti-tower music. Were you caught in mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid, so the habitat feels as close to as possible to a natural forest. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. Behold the Archaeon. As Numenon serves as Charlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. The building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Charlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Alfino is gazing into the Archaeon with an appraising look, deeper into the maze. Well, we want to learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Hello, Chocobo Keep. Well met, traveler. Yep, register me. Why is there another... Oh, that must be gemstones. Let's attune to the thing. Ooh, people to talk to, though. Shushutabi. Shushutabi? Yes, can I help you? What do you do here? I am an archivist of the Archaeon. I inspect all that is sent here to be stored and judge the threat they may pose. From cursed relics to disease-bearing creatures, we house some extremely hazardous materials. Such specimens must be kept securely sealed. What kind of place is this? This is the Archaeon, a structure built for the purpose of safely and securely housing all manner of specimens, both animate and inanimate. Together with the literary archive in Numenon, it houses much of Charlayan's gathered knowledge, a veritable treasure trove of mankind's accumulated wisdom. Okay, cool. Ooh, there's a mailbox here. We are tuned to Archaeon. Charlene doesn't get its own category. It's under others. Phase bros. In the market for something on the rare side? Got a whole village's worth of surplus from the Archaeon, some of which can even be yours for some bicolor gemstones. Yay! What do you got for me? Nothing cool. Alright, see you later. Perogo! What are you doing? Where are you going, buddy? Where are we going? You going inside? Wait, where'd he go? He just fucking disappeared. Chatbert. That looks too much like Charybert, one of the Heaven's 12 guys. There's a bunch of crystals here. You guys crafting? Okay. Curiouser. Hey, Iglyphine? I'm switching out materials that have been reclassified, but it seems some have been imbued with protective charms to prevent theft. I have to be careful. Triple triad me. A spot of triple triad sounds lovely. I can use the cards I stored here. Unfortunately, I couldn't find instructions for the game itself, so you'll have to teach me as we go along. I don't know what card you got, but I want it. I was not paying attention to the rules. 3 open. Okay, that's fine. Troll! Miss Dragon. Opopo. I don't know. Boop. Boop. Oh shit, fuck. I was paying attention, I swear. Let's do that again. That's fine. Why are you making me go first? Good enough. No, give me your card. I'll do one more. Like you knew it was gonna capture you. Hey, we got it. Troll card. Perfect. Alas, it appears I've lost. I wonder if there aren't some better cards stored in here somewhere. Perhaps I'll ask my colleagues if they have any to trade. Perfect. Ooh, triple decker. Hello. Whoa! It's different. Shadowbringer's Thancred. Hells yes. Did they expand the... Yep, now there's a 344 with the Thanos card. Perfect. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess we talked to this custodian here. Oh, we gotta start Phoenix right up soon. Greetings, we are here to peruse the Archaeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. Peruga boy, where are you going? What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late. And we're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? Students of Eldesian. Humph. The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. Students must be furious. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. The upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely the people in this area Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Good thinking, Ishtola. Good thinking. Amused student. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaeon even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal! Honest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archaeon is open again. Don't mind me, just a snowman passing through. Don't fall down, don't fall down. If I fall down, I can't get back up. I don't think I can go that way. I'm scared. Ooh, let's hop over here, though. Nope, nothing. Nada. Okay. Oh, here's someone. Bone-weary worker. You look like you need some help. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Let's go find this gleaner. Hi, Roy. Don't look at me. Hey, Hey, it's Errantville again. I know you. Hey, buddy. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is very close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spent your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry is a distinctive caw! Single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Oh boy, I love shooting things with darts. Search your surroundings for the hornbill. You can move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target the hornbill, and use the blowgun. Don't shoot the wrong one or he'll get mad at us. Caw-caw, caw-caw! Whack, whack! I mean, ain't that a hornbill? Coo-coo? Caw-caw? That one? I didn't even read what kind of bird it was. I was just like, that one's green and going caw, so I think it's that one. Yay, I shot it! Good job, me. Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you. He's voiced. Should I be concerned? I don't know. This game makes me uneasy sometimes. There you are. Any new revelations? It's helping our old gleaner friend. So, you met with that gleaner again. This time to capture a hornbill? I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after one's already here? Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. We can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of the gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below. The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics, advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into the outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
専用の施設に住まわせ、町に出さないくらいの徹底ぶりだもの。
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
そんな場所になぜホーンビルを？研究に必要なのだろうか。
What would a facility subject to strict that? What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
さて、依頼主の哲学者議会からは説明がなかったもんでね。
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation.
ただ、俺や仲間に渡されてる内外から下へ運ぶ対象のリストを見ると、最先端の研究のためって感じじゃないな。
But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research.
どちらかといえば、南方大陸に乗り込む準備とでも言われた方がしっくりくる。
I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south, Mericidia or thereabouts. The Charlanes want to go to Mericidia? Why? I want to go to Mericidia.
どういうこと？
What? Why would you say that?
運び込むように指示されてるのは、安定した食料供給を見込めそうな動植物。
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as a reliable sources of sustenance.
それに、比較的変化に強い種や過酷な環境への耐性があるもの、土壌や水質の改善に用いられる奴らもだな。
They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates, and among them are species known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water. Interesting. That could also still be useful if they want to, like, restore the world after it gets destroyed.
確かに。まるでどこかに入植しようとしてるみたいね。
Yeah, more likely they're just gonna hole up and wait for the final days to pass. When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
もっとも根拠のない憶測だけどな。グリーナーが触れてるのは思惑のほんの一角だろうさ。
That's all it is, though, an assumption. Through our task, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the forum's plans.
俺らはただ運んだものが正しく知識として残されることを願うだけだ。ものであれ、命であれな。
Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations.
ってことで、俺はもう行く。大した礼もできなくて悪いな。
Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve. It's fine, the info you gave me is plenty.
ねえ、物は相談なのだけれど、私たち下の階層に降りられなくて困ってるの。
Perhaps you might reward us after our fashion then? It is imperative that we reach the lower levels.
あなたが下へ動物たちを収めに行くなら、同行者として連れて行ってもらえないかしら。
And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants?
いや、悪いがそれは難しいな。動物たちは揃い次第リフトで送ることになってる。
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift.
その後、俺も報告のために降りはするが、そこに至って荷物持ちだと紹介するわけにもいかないだろう。
I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
ごもっともね。忘れてちょうだい。
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
オタクら、腕と足腰に自信はあるか？もしそうなら、降りる方法がないわけじゃない。
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and courage to brave it, then there's another way down.
この道の先に第33期拡張行動がある。 ラビリンソスを拡張すると同時に鉱物資源を得るための場所さ。
This path leads to the 33rd Facet, a mineshaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
安全は確保されてないが、そこを通ればミディアルサーキットまでは降りられるはずだ。
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
それは私も初耳よ。貴重な情報助かるわ。
I never even knew that such a place existed. Thank you, this is the perfect solution.
どういたしまして。だが、行くのは自己責任だぞ。難しいと思ったらやめておけよ。それじゃあな。
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. Bid you good day.
ここで行かないって選択肢はないわよね。ともかく行動の様子を見てみましょう。
Well, turning back is hardly an option. Not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mineshaft. Everybody nods. Everybody's working out their neck muscles for nodding. Nod. Okay. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna head back into Archaeon. And then we're gonna transition games. We're gonna switch it over to Phoenix Wright since it's about that time, and we should do that. We're gonna hopefully finish that case, or maybe the whole game. We'll see what happens. And then we'll come back right back to this. Alright, so we're gonna switch it over to break time here. Oh, the cat cam's not up, so we'll switch to this. Close that. Oh, yeah. Alright, and I'll log out of 14. Okay, I'll play you guys some music while we switch games here. Let's see. Let's go with our Phoenix Wright music. Okay. Game transition. Okay, so I'm gonna switch the category. Trials and Tribulations. Let me save this title for later. That music's real loud, YouTube. At least it is in my ears. Okay. Alright, Trials and Tribulations. Phoenix's crazy ex-girlfriend. Okay. Switching games. We're gonna take a short break for a few minutes while I make some new tea and... Here we go. Hey. We'll take a short break for a few minutes while I, make some more tea and such and stuff like that. So I'm gonna run a little ad here, and then we will be right back in a few with Phoenix Wright. Okay, see you guys soon.
inspired by State Farm's surprisingly great rates.
It's so cheap, yeah, got a great rate on the down low, 'cause Jake isn't your average Joe.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Sorry, I didn't realize there was an ad that was playing. Alright. I'm back. I've got a fresh pot of tea. And, some other drinks. Something to keep me alive for this ride. And water, of course. Let's do this. Let me launch up the game here, and then we'll switch it right over. Actually, hold on 1 second. Boop. Okay. Now, there, that side. Let me launch up the game now. Yep, now we got conflicting music. Stop. Okay. Hey. Alright, switching it over to primary here. And loading up the trial. Game volume's a little loud, huh? Wonder if it'll be okay. Now let's adjust this. This is a little loud. Okay, better maybe? Alright, so where we left off, where we left off last week. Oh, hold on. Whoop, that'll help. We got our coffee counter. So last week's witness for part 1 of this trial was, we thought Iris, but it turned out it wasn't Iris. It was, in fact, actually Dahlia Hawthorne, the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne being channeled. As for who was doing the channeling, I'm thinking it was Maya. I'm thinking that's the only way for Maya to keep herself safe from Dahlia is if she was channeling Dahlia. But clearly, I'm pretty sure that wasn't the case, you know, obviously when Dahlia, as posing as Iris, went over to go meet Bikini at the Inner Temple. And that was probably Elise Donim. Because it wasn't Pearl's, because Pearl said she was unsuccessful in being able to do it. And then maybe they switched? I don't know. I don't know for sure. We're gonna have to find out. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But then how did Elise Donim die? Like, who killed her? That's kind of weird. I don't know. There's still a lot. There's still some missing pieces to this puzzle. But we're gonna find out. Part 2 starts now. I don't remember what they went to go do. I think they went to go verify identity or something. Anyway, let's see. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Sorry, I had to yawn. That's why I grabbed a coffee. Now then, let us continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. I bet real Iris is the one who's locked up right now behind the, things.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would have to die first. Would first have to die, sorry. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
What do you mean by the plan went wrong? So that means you're really... Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. Is this the same cup of coffee or a new one? If you've got a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Oh, Lord. We took a break. This has to be a new cup of coffee, right? Oh, I forgot to start up the program to... Okay, hold on. So I can actually count the coffees. Oop, there we go. We're gonna count this as 18, because first cup in the second part of the trial. Mr. Godo is correct. And, by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? That's kind of weird, because how did they know Maya was going to show up there, you know? Maybe they intentionally ran that article to lure her in. The plan! Did kind of come from Pearls. Whole plan began with her death. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Ha! You crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the Master of Karain?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the Master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh? Stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with her father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Damn, that's harsh. How horrible!
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Fortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
But Maya would have to die first. Maya would have to die? But why?
For our bloodline to succeed the main family, thus making Pearl the new master.
Why are you going off phone? Why am I getting spam? I hate that.
The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that? Kill Maya, pin the blame on Iris. You were gonna kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. Couldn't care less about her.
What the fuck? What? How? You like fucking abandoned her. How could she backstab you? Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
Plan went wrong, but it succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd! Maya's just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete, and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point other than fulfilling her... It had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman.
I was mildly concerned that I forgot to actually hit go on the Switch title. Anyway.
I only acted my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead?
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
Was it to torture Phoenix? Was it to piss us off? What's her problem? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan on her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge.
Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya? Gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Her goal? What is being analyzed? Profiles? Missing, passed away 2 years ago. Charge initial investigation. Cause she hates Mia! Oh. She hates Mia for capturing her. Hold on, let's save. Just in case I flub this. Backspace? Backspace. Oh, sorry. Objection! I forgot to point that out. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I have the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
Somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the real reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized it's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
She's fucked up. She has no remorse for anything. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me.
Ugh.
That night...
Who does she think is channeling her? Seriously. Everybody's accounted for except for Maya. Oh, and Iris, but...
At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world.
Yeah, it wasn't Iris who channeled her.
I quickly pinned my hair up. and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakuta Temple. So she had the staff that killed Elise? Oh no, she must have had Elise's staff because I don't think Iris had one. And we definitely didn't meet with Dahlia instead of Iris because we saw Iris at just before 10 o'clock. And Iris gave us her hood, so. So, it was Elise Donim who channeled her after all. Yeah, because of the staff. Okay. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
So she's the one who got stabbed there. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. What if that's when they switched? Like... Yeah, so... Okay, so Elise channeling Iris and Maya go into the garden. Sorry, not Iris, Dahlia. Dahlia stabs Maya. Elise releases Dahlia because she's like, oh shit, my daughter. You know? And then she quickly tells Maya to channel Dahlia for some reason to protect her. So that she doesn't, like, get finished off.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. Wait a minute. Yeah, but then that would have been in Elise's body because it's Elise's blood. So Elise got stabbed in the back, not in the front. I'm not sure yet. Gotta think this one through a little more. Can't believe she was thinking that to the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes.
Midna was next to Mid-Mom, then Momo booted her out, and now next to Mid-Mom. So Momo's in front of the heater?
When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
Oh! Yeah, Elise must have released her. Maybe Maya is the one who got stabbed in the front. I don't know. This is weird. So then Maya would have been in the... Yeah, it's probably Maya. It's probably Maya channeling Dahlia, who's in the cavern. But why? And how did she get there? And then how did Elise really die? We have like part of the pieces figured out, but I don't know about. Don't have all the info yet. You were in the sacred cavern.
The entrance is sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I'd killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. Couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So, then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Yes! I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. Kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya? No, it's probably Pearls, because Pearls was trapped there.
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the secret cavern.
It was probably Pearls. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But it was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck? Iris.
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
Seriously, who the hell does she think is channeling her right now? She's dumb.
I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
Oh, is she gonna be happy with the fact that she killed Misty? What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. Wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
Ugh. No way! Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? Oh, she knows. The bottom of the Eagle River, where else?
Oh, she's stupid. Never mind. I take it back. Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Oof. Whose phone is that? Please tell me that's Maya's phone. That'd be hilarious. Oh, no, it's Godot's. Oops, sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Beep. Godot here. Okay, thanks.
Beep.
What was it, something important? I just finished removing the locks from the secret cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? Was the accused Sister Iris? Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Phoenix! Who else would be channeling Dahlia right now? There's literally nobody else who could do it. So, where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. Y'all need to think a little harder.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No. No! I'm fine because I know she's not dead, because there's nowhere else for her to be other than channeling Dahlia right now. It seems that this case has come to an end. Tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be. Ha! Oh, there we go, new coffee. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Nope. Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
Isn't there like cliff there? Yeah, cliff. They would have found the body. Nope. That didn't happen. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't be so surprised, Phoenix. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? And what kind of evidence do we need? I mean, I would have found her on the cliff. Let's try it. Let's try it. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look into this. Look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, ooh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ha! So you finally figured it out. Hold on, I want to look at the photo. Oh yeah, you can see the shelf. Okay.
You... No!
Order! Order!
You're just playing with me. Faye's body is at the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then?
She's not dead. Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. I know this is awkward, but I desperately need to take a quick bathroom break. Sorry, I'll be right back. Okay, so sorry. Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Fey is here? You say she's in here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh shit. Nope, I didn't want to do that. There we go. I seem to recall that you said...
I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
Oops. Technically Phoenix saying it.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who's channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
Nah, you're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
You were failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. It was someone who called you before she could. Maya. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already! I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne? The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye.
What?
But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her, she'd be safe. Ha! Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself? From me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hasakuta was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became... where would be the safest place to hide?
Ah! You mean... that's when she channeled me?
All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No! No! Don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. And this was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the Inner Temple.
I don't believe you. Stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea?
Well...
me, of course.
Mia!
Mia Faye! It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Wow. Shit's just going around everywhere. So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
You're something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair. It's Pearl's, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? Can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this!
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago? The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny.
You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Faye escape. Even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Faye! Mia Faye! Mia Faye! Mia Faye! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I would. And if only you hadn't gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True.
But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity.
Remember what you said earlier in the trial? You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Oh.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that, no hope from freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you was burnt to a crisp.
Damn, Mia's harsh.
You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
No longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now.
Ah!
She's just screaming. Damn. Oh, she got exercised.
I'm not ready. Not ready to go.
Holy shit. Oh, there she goes. Do we have to exercise her, like, real good? Magatama? Maya!
Nick, sis.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? You asked me, Your Honor. Looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing? It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Yeah, it is a little weird, isn't it? Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurain channeling technique. Damn! The judge actually went and did his homework on something? I'm impressed. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Okay, coffee number 20. Here we go. I'm like, that ended too neatly and didn't really have all the answers, so... You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony?
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise O'Nim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Why are you surprised, Phoenix? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? And this one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Somebody who saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find out the truth. Prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Oh, Lord. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright. Got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. February 10th, 2:56 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Iris looks like she's very, very sad.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the secret cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. Something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the secret cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister? I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother. Never got any love from her father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini. It was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. As usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando.
Definitely Goto.
After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You!
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes? What is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim, was it really you? It was autoplaying through all of that, by the way. I don't know why.
Yes, it was me.
Text skip, single box. Yep, it should be on single. That's weird.
That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. Beep.
There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But
the path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly. Beep.
Can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? And then we have the flying Elise.
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body, so she wouldn't bleed too much.
So it was the staff. She got stabbed by the staff. So the knife must be what stabbed Maya.
The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Victim staff updating the court record has a sword hidden inside the actual weapon used to murder the victim. Defendant!
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia! How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see.
You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donim really was?
Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me you called her, but still. It wasn't Mia, was it?
I think that just maybe I know who it was.
That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means the killer knew of Dolly's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Prove you're a real lawyer, Phoenix. That's what we're doing here. To be continued! Alright, save point. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna save. And then we're gonna do a 30-second ad break so I can take another quick break. Find the right playlist. And then we go over here. We're gonna run a quick ad, and I will be right back. Don't mind me, I grabbed a cookie. Drank that too fast. Okay. I'm ready. Let's do this. Alright, pause that. Go back to the right window so I can actually see things. Alright, let's do it. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about it. It's probably Maya's blood, that's my guess. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. And whose was it? Found stuck in a pine tree in the Inner Temple Garden, the blood doesn't match the victim's. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is? I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Company Law Offices.
Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donim's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see any...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. Damn, Godo.
But I...
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
At the Inner Temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Something warm? So you were struck on the head. Suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Ha! Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. At the inner temple. Passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room. Who else was on the inner temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini in Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. Right, who did we not see there? We didn't see... Maya was at the inner temple. She was dead. But, you know, at the inner temple. She was at Hazakura Temple. He was at the Heavenly Hall. Must have been somebody that Pearl ended up channeling. That's the only thing I could think of. I mean, she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Then she got struck on the head. Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? After that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Press harder? I don't know. We press harder on everything. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone's undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. So why she didn't see her attacker? I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely a spirit that was channeled by Elise Donim, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? She stumbled and ended up on the stone lantern. What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at that time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey, 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? Screamed. You think you screamed, but you're not sure? That is kind of weird.
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I had no idea. I was scared of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Your last hope? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me!"
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, was another person?
I am... Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Why are you hiding things, Maya? Ha! Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
Ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. Can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind her... I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
A man? Godo, was it you? Because he wasn't there. He was supposedly... Godo was supposedly off at an appointment, and that's why he didn't show up to the trial. Godo, what are you hiding from me? A man? Who was this man?
Well, you see... I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? She used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte's there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. What? Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
Then something warm splashed over her. You don't mean... was it...
I didn't know it at the time, but... I think it was probably blood.
She's saying that when Miss Donim, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer...
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me.
That's when she lost consciousness. So what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't remember that?
No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad.
I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Someone struck her over the head, stumbled, ended up against the lantern. You think you screamed? Help me. Okay. Last hope. Okay, that didn't add anything. Stone lantern, tracks photo. Shit, that's not what I want to do. Crime photo? No, not that one. Dusky Bridge. Azakura, photo of Elise. By the light of the stone lantern. Was not lit on the night of the crime. This is a contradiction, so let's go for it. Actually, we should save first, because I don't want to do that all over again. And I'm not full on my bar. If we mess this up real bad. Alright, we're gonna try it. Objection! So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godo, explain this! Yep, coffee. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. And that is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of coffee, cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. Oh, FF5 reference, thank you. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godo. His visor. Holy shit!
Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please. I'm begging you.
Talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see, your visor? Calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please stop.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? I'm so sorry. I don't know why. But this is the only answer. I don't know what he was doing there. Holy, here we go. Take that! Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? This is... But it can't be! Ha! Goda, what were you doing there? That was a nice bit of deduction, Trite. What were you doing there? Oh my god. Well, everyone... This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! 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 Prosecutor Goda, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing? Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong! I never saw that!
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
What? Don't make me drag this out. Witness, what is the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? He's going through that coffee quick. If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
The killer.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
I don't believe you. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Goto said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Maya, why are you lying?
You know I'm gonna figure it out. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time she got back to the garden, everything changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Alright, sounds like we gotta go back to that statement. That's the garden one. Okay. Torches were lit, body was gone. The torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Is Goto trying to protect her? Because he's friends with Mia? Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. How did he find out about the plan, though? All the snow around the lantern had been cleaned up. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd, like a perfect square. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away? That's one thing I can think of. Did you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed on the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. And he didn't clean up the blood on the lantern because he couldn't see it because of his visor. Because we already figured it out that he didn't see that. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. It's true. He could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood, but he couldn't see it because of the red visor. It looks like there's some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
Person did all that work alone, assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor.
Oh. Sorry, I forgot we were already doing that. Okay, let's go back and redo this one, because he said he wants more information. Naturally, the killer must have done it right. Yes, she thinks so, but why would the killer tamper with the crime scene?
Something the killer wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden.
She may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up with the evidence of what happened.
I'm pretty sure we should present the stone lantern here because that proves... Like, why didn't they clean that up? That's weird. And if we stick with this Godo theory, that it was Godo who was there because no one else could have been there, it makes sense that he didn't clean it up because he couldn't see it. And also that's why he cleaned up so much snow, because he couldn't tell where the blood was. But the question is, why did he do it? They did it for your sake?
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible.
Master of Crane killed by own daughter? I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. Yeah, I still don't understand that part. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? He is really concerned about protecting Maya because of Mia. Okay. Let's do it. Ready? Objection! The body of Alisto Nim was carried all the way to Hazakota Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all of this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godo. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Ah!
If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right! Order! 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 But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. More coffee. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? You couldn't see it, buddy. Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it, because he couldn't see it because of the visor. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer wrote it to pin the crime on Maya. The killer didn't notice it, he couldn't see it. Prosecutor Godo, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, then they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense! The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would. Sorry, I had to stretch. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident. Who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether? And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing, Godo? Mr. Godo? This is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godo? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern! There's something written on it! Why? It's written in blood! Nonsense! This lantern is as clean as a whistle! Mr. Godo, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That means he can't see our objections! Ha! Take that. That's right, we went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godo. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. Can't see red on white. Hey, can't see my tie either. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. More coffee. 25, guys. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godo, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I don't... I'm pretty sure you just really like coffee. Okay. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godo is the murderer. This case has some crazy shit going on. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Yeah, but why? I still don't understand why. Mr. Godo, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donim, also known as Miss Misty Faye. Hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. Snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Ah, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. Torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godo?
Hold it.
That's Maya.
Wait just a minute.
Maya! What is it, witness?
Mr. Godo isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Maya. Can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I mean, not look it, but I'm... Eek!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow. Oh, because she was Dahlia. You senile old man. We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya. Do you plan to cover for Godo no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple, too.
After the incident.
Pearly was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godo arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha! Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godo! Let's just move on to the cross-examination. The defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Oh, Maya. Pearly was also stuck there. So where do you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donim. Next morning, she looked around, couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, end to end.
Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The Inner Temple side had two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There's a storage shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. And then she was in the spare prep room the next day. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge? What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Godo arrived. So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godo? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godo? 26. Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, never would have visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains. Think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Ha! You want to say something trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godo's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godo found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
He cheered her up?
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking out after my cousin, Mr. Godo.
Here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. Policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godo style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. What'd you do to cheer her up? Because she's still pretty bummed. So you cheered Pearls up? She was very depressed. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearlie!
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. You had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godo when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Alisto Nim. Let's go back to the last question and ask the other thing. 26, she was in the spare prep room. First time. Cheered her right up. Okay, let's go back to this one. Cheered her up.
Thanks for looking after my cousin.
Godo style, Judge style, Phoenix style. Here we go. Godo's investigation. What were you doing? You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room. Wait a second, what did Godo say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godo when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened, otherwise he couldn't have killed Alisto Nim. There's no way he would have seen that that was Misty. But how do I talk about that? Spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godo arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. Okay. I need a quick bathroom break again. I'm drinking a shit ton of coffee and tea, so we're gonna 30-second ad and I'll be right back. And then we will hopefully finish this. Alright, I'm back. 30-second ad is over. Alright, let's do this. Okay. Mr. Godo arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. I'm gonna save. I have a suspicion here. I think what we want to do... There's no way he would have known that this was Misty Faye when it's covered in gravy. Objection! Mr. Godo, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But... Mr. Godo is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know it. I know you know who it is. But here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godo, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Hold it! Wait a minute, Nick! Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godo described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godo, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. 27. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. Yeah, I don't know why.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Yeah, I really don't know either. Of course Mr. Godo knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Ah, shit, why are you asking me that? Further report for the crime. Lisa's autopsy report. Tracks. Crime photo. Burnt letter. Another person knew of the plan. Well, yeah, because there was a letter with the instructions. She could have told him. Is in solitary confinement. Wanna guess the letter? Let's guess the letter. It was opened before. It was opened once before. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls River found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godo couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. And that would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you're someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godo. Order! 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 Mr. Godo, you're under fire again! This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. 28. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. Yep, that's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl's nothing but a stranger to me. She's not a stranger because you were friends with Mia. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress. Killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godo? An unshakable reason that that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godo. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What is this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Mia. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. Thus, that was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godo is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godo. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Holy shit. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this was related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia. You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned! And yet he still keeps drinking the damn coffee. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all! No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. You see, my body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. That's why you can't see good. Lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. Oh my god, okay buddy. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. Oh, he loved her. Aww. The woman I loved had been murdered. Aww. That's so sad. The woman I loathed had been sentenced to her death. The woman you loathed? Dahlia. The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
Someone like me, someone who had slept away their best days. There were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons left to live? First was you, trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would have never died, much less the way she did. He blames me for it. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that is why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. Thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she would have never helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. Oh, he knew where she was. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean, officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Oh. They helped her disappear. Got it. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Crane had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother.
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. That's why she knew to call her. That's why she was trying to get Pearls to come to the room. Oh no, and then when she realized that she wasn't coming, that's why she called Dahlia. That's how she knew to call Dahlia. Aside from reading the note, the letter.
Well, Pearl?
Sorry, hold on, let me think.
Well, Pearl? What are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
Thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
And that was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. Master of Karain, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you need to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godo. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, trite. Still not going to admit to doing the murder. There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself. This is a test to make sure that Phoenix is worthy. Great, thanks. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. 31. Well, trite. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Oh my god, this shit's nuts. Time of the murder.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd asked for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ha! Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. You're apparently the only other person who knew that her staff was a sword. We didn't tell anybody. And nobody else knew. Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Here we go, the last one. Saw red lights, okay. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you could make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Goto's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's coming from anymore, but press harder. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Goto's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? Tried to ask for help and then was splattered with blood. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So, that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy.
Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But
suddenly they went out. They went out?
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Goto's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight,
maybe the mask was damaged?
Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite. Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? Then there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
Oh, that's why she knew it was a man. Whoa, what? So then that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? Oh, nobody else was stabbed. So, Maya's fine. She clearly hasn't been stabbed. Somebody got stabbed with that dagger. And that might have been Godo. After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. Should we say this a contradiction? Oh man, we've been through a lot. Contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said that she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Ah! Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. You're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing left I can think of. That could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? The dagger. It's not the victim's blood. Probably Godo's. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Come on, guys. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. No, we already established that it's not from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. I'm gonna ask Godo to take off his shirt, because that's a little weird. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godo would prove that it's your blood. Ooh, more coffee. 32. Nice theory, Trite. Order! Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. That's... can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. My question is, would he have been able to see the blood? That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. Well, then who else got stabbed? What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness, continue your testimony.
Hold it! Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but... There's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Ah, shit. What? Maya! This dagger. You said that it wounded the killer? I don't know. That's my guess. That's right. But... Mr. Godo had really been cut with a dagger. His clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? It's been a few days. People change their clothes. Maybe he just changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godo was already there waiting for them.
Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Mr. Godo was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Ah. Order! Order in the court! What the witness says is true.
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. No, probably not.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Yeah, we've been there already. Yeah, did I just take smart pills during the last recess?
Fair. That was fair.
Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before they committed the murder. It was fucking cold, Phoenix. Why would he do that? That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. Phoenix, stop making me say stupid things. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, Mia Fey were here. Mia Fey were here. She would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here... So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godo of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ha! That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Ah, shit. Don't hurt me! Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godo? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. This is a better place to save. I'm sorry. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say?
Hidden?
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. Why did the red lights go out? Because he probably got smacked in the face with a knife. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Troy. Let's hear what you've got. Where's the location where you say the killer hid his wound? Where did the killer hide his wound? Crime photo, tracks photo, Dusky Bridge photo, temple map, photo of Elise. Is it under your visor? I might be completely off base here, but let's try it. Ha! I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, trite? What was that just now? Mia. It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godo, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Ah! Ooh, is she gonna be like, that's the scream? Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. Hey, she took me under her wing. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godo.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was himself. Was me. Yep. Very typical broody person. Alright. You? Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, and there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. That is very true. It's fair. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. Part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. What? It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Oh, he didn't have to do the murder, because he just has to knock her out. Because it's not actually Dahlia, you know? Like, why go so far as murder? Why go so far as, like, killing the body? Because it's not actually the person. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? He just hated Dahlia. Could be. Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Probably that one. I'm leaning towards that. Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godo. This shit's deep. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
He's bleeding. Thanks. Can we get this man some medical attention, please? Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. Are you crying? Do you cry blood? These must be my tears. At least that's what he's gonna tell us, but I'm pretty sure it's the knife wound. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. That's what he said to Mia. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor?
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
Is she the one who gave us the stuff? I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Nah, not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? What? We only met twice?
First time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! I just... Can't be true! I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... He dated Iris.
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
Aww. You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Iris was his girlfriend. But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister? In the beginning, she was preparing for the... She was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
I mean, she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant from me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out that she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Wow. Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side?
Aw, she really loved him. Like, but still, that doesn't change the fact that this whole family is, like, super crazy and extreme. They're like, I'll protect you, even if I must do the murder to do so. It's like, there's a bit of a scale. Like, you don't have to, like, jump straight to the murder to do things. I mean, like, come up with other plans, maybe? I don't know. Alright, anyway, we're here.
My feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Aw, thank you.
Oh my god, he's still doing coffee! How are you alive? It's been 34 cups. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. I can tell you drank 34 today. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Cup number 34. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Did he give me one too? Does this count? I don't know if... I don't know if this counts, because it's another cup of coffee, but I'm the one drinking it, not him. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Donim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. There's not really any woo there because she's still guilty of some other really bad shit, but... Phoenix has a girlfriend? Yay. February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Holy shit, it's been a day. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? This was a ride. I'm not really sure how to answer that. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course justice... Oh, sorry, Mia. Of course justice was served.
But Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando.
The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Mia!
You've accomplished something that I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday.
Posture check, okay. I should step straight and hydrate! Alright. Are you back from dinner? I have no idea. Or are you out to dinner still? Oh, you're lurking. I'm sitting up straight and I drank water and tea.
I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix.
I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. Hey, 21 Snakes! Welcome back! How are you? I think this is the end of the third game. It has been a ride. There's been some crazy stuff going on. A lot of, like, blast from the past stuff. This is a trip. For sure, a trip. Very fun, though. This case, like, brought a lot of things together. And it even referenced our favorite case, DL6. You ended up playing this game on this own and just finished this morning? Congratulations! Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I'm glad that you decided to pick up the game. I love this. This series is so great. I can't wait to play the rest of them too. All right, let's keep going. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick?
Maya!
Guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick.
Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all this happened? This is pretty dark. You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Hey, it's Francisca. Francisca! Oh, we love her.
Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right?
Excellent work, right? And Edgeworth too, that's funny. Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back?
Oh, that's right. Nearly cried at Goto's backstory. I know, it was so sad. It was like, oh, he really loved Mia. And then, like, he wakes up and she's gone and, like, everything's changed. It's terrible. 5-year comas, man. That's harsh. Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
These two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial? The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. But where were you, Nick?
In the hospital. I kind of fell into the river. Of course, you woke up from the smell of coffee. I know! I was like, that's perfect. Perfect. We added a coffee counter. So he's had... This is just for today's trial. He's had 34 cups of coffee. And I'm like, how is this man alive? His blood is literally coffee.
I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day.
Yep, 34 is nuts. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca?
I don't suppose. I'm gonna guess Scumshoe. Damn it, Larry! Ah! No. There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry.
What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. The music here, yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like, we got sad music, and then we have Larry. Why, Larry? Why? I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah! Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes indeed. You certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. You really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you ill too? Ah!
My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon.
She's glaring at her.
Nevertheless, I recognize the efforts you put into it, and that's worth something.
So then you'll do it like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Tip.
Don't get carried away.
Please don't make that book. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Mia. Pearls! Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya, but wasn't she Mia just now?
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back.
Oh, she must have walked out. Watch the anime bloopers, they're legendary. Oh, I need to watch the anime still. That's not, like, on my list. But, like, Endwalker came out, so, like, for the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna be playing a lot of Endwalker. We were doing that before this, and might end up doing a little bit of Endwalker after this. I don't know, it's kind of getting late, though. We'll see. We shall see. But I do want to watch the anime. I heard it's decent. And pretty accurate. Hi, cat! You've been gone all day. I guess we could put you up. You want to be on the internet, child? Alright, where's the cat cam? There you go. Sit down. Chirico, say hi to the internet. Okay. He just jumped right up and was like, hey, pay attention to me. I must be live on the internet. Okay. You good? You want to sniff that? Alright. Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah? To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca? That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. Okay, cat. Turnabout Sisters theme playing? Yeah. Think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears. I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by, now's exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! So tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Is it us? Is it us? Because this brings up shit about Mia and then Phoenix's ex-girlfriend who was apparently tied to the Fey family and shit was crazy. Wait, our portrait's not here. Okay. Who else would get screwed up by this? I mean, she's not doing it for Pearls, because Pearls ain't here. What if I present the badge? Out of everybody here, Phoenix has gone through a lot of shit. Goto's not here, so it's not him. Look this one up because you like the post-court sequences. Why did you just show me that, Phoenix Wright? I could always look it up again later. I have no idea what purpose this is supposed to serve. Huh? Well, don't worry, Wright. Not certain that my guess is entirely correct either. Damn. Got it wrong. It's fine. It's fine. Only Maya can really say what the truth is inside her heart. Looks like... I still have a lot to learn about Maya. Was it Pearls? I don't know. Ugh. Just as I thought. You have a lot to learn about the woman, Phoenix, right? You know what? Her getting mad at me is fine. I'm okay with that. It's pretty funny when you get things wrong, too. Oh, hey, so this is where you all were. Gumshoe, I have not seen you in a bit. Wow, looks like we've got quite a bunch here today. Ow! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? You know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win! Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. Don't you have, like, no money? They keep docking yours. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny-weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Who's paying for this, for real? Ah!
Pretty good work, Scuffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe. Fun fact, Francisco only whips Edgeworth once throughout this entire case. I think you're right! That does sound right. That's funny. You said a first-class French restaurant? You don't mean- oh, no. Oh, no. It's Tribulations, isn't it? Tribulations! Where else? Great, thanks. Their food is terrible. I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone! Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal! Oh, that's why he booked it there. Oh, Gumshoe. Hey, you! Crybaby, you're invited too! Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Ah, shit. Oh, Cat's gone. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. Oh, it was pearls. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But, what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick?
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the- ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of pearls might have gone to. Is it the office? Oh. Shrine? February 10th, Hazakuta Temple, main gate.
Hazakuta Temple?
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearly is here? So many damn plot twists in this case. I know! This case took us for a ride. I was just like, I have no idea what's going on. And then it like does one thing and then you find out something else and you're like, holy shit. And then Godo was the murderer and then, yeah, Jesus. It was nuts.
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay.
Phoenix has a girlfriend that was actually Iris and not Dahlia, so that was a trip.
Pearly's not here.
The hanging scroll. It got cleaned! She cleaned it off! Oh.
Someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be pearls.
Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
When it started hitting towards Godo being the murderer, you're like, no. Yeah, I was just like, oh no. It can't be, but he's the only one. Oh my god. It was nuts. And at first I couldn't figure out the reason quite, but then it just kind of like, it just happened. Like the more you listen to them, like it just all unfolded itself. It's pretty good.
I swore that I would never trouble the two of you again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
Yeah, the only one who could be seen in the dark. Because of his visors. I was like, did they bring a torch? No, there was nowhere to get the torch. Visor. That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother's gone. But, how do I say this? I'm still happy.
You don't have to lie just to make me feel better.
No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do.
Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Edgeworth! There's an Edgeworth emote. That's nice. Very cool. I like how he has shades. That's awesome.
You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Got Bikini's voice perfect? You're very welcome. Thank you.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die?
That's Master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. Does she have a photo of Maya in there?
Ah, that's... a photo?
Ah! Mother! It must be Mia and Maya. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Aww! It's a photo of when they were kids and when they broke the vase. That's cute. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return. Time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. The vase was broken 3 times? At least 3 times! Who knows how many people over the years have broken this darn vase? Look at them, they were caught red-handed trying to put it back together. That's so cute. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting.
Huh?
This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back.
3? Phoenix? Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, But why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? He'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? Huh? Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mr. Kamaya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
Oh, Pearls, you sweet child.
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can still say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can.
Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too.
Well then, here goes nothing. Objection. I object to being in a freezing cold cave.
I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of Karain and the office manager of Wright and Company Law Offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearlie and Nick, too.
Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. You do get kidnapped pretty often. It's a little weird.
So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mr. Kamaya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I hear there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation.
Pearls? Please? No? Little girl. Oh, he got a new coat. Maggie brought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Love dialogue that scrolls too fast? Yep. I gotta read it quick. I learned from the last couple games that you gotta read this quick.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I haven't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
What? Please. Why?
Desi and I started a company called Master Mass Consulting.
We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city.
Our motto is cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
They sell plans to the criminals. That's awkward.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. Special thick tea. One I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
You can totally imagine Francisca and Adrian being badass together. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Violetta's scary, by the way. I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy clown knows ways to flesh. At least that's what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. I see Mr. Kudo's doing well.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard the name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
My, more reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money.
hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back.
They were definitely an interesting bunch of characters in this game.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Oh, Pearly slapped him because he was paying attention to Iris. That's funny. Recipe for Turnabout was an egg case, but it was one of the best OST of any case. That's true. That fake Phoenix was, like, creepy. I like that we're getting all the different objections. That's cool. Ooh, and they're voice actors. Mia. I wonder how many times each actor had to say objection. Oh, there's Godo. And his coffee. How are you alive? Objection! Oh, Francisca. Oh no, Pain. Look at that hair. Oh gosh. Oh no, it's Old Bag!
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here to greet me? I guess while I'm gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. Now, what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? Well, with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now, what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? If I bring them over to Edgepoo, I know he isn't really can accept these. I'm afraid of something painful or fragile, hard. Oh, will I ever find a gentleman who will accept a refined lady? That
was hard. I got most of it. Oh my god, Old Bag. Finally found something I love to do. Frangi's Whippity Whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I need to realize it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Okay, Larry. He at least provided a useful something to the case. Kind of. Hey, that's actually really good. Did he do this? This is really good. Aw. Aw. Larry's actually kind of talented. Remember the thinker clocks on the very... That's true! He is really good at art in all its forms. He's a very good artist because he made that clock. And his portraits are pretty good. Oh my god, I can't believe we finished it! This was amazing. This was an amazing, amazing trip. Hold on. I can't remember which set of games comes after this. Phoenix, Wright, chronological... Chronology? Games chronological order. There we go. That one. That's the one I want. Timeline... So I think after this, we'll do, okay, so it's the Investigations, and then Apollo, and then Dual Destinies, and then we can break into the new ones. I think that's the plan we're gonna go with here. You're gonna play the Investigation games, some people choose to skip them. I know I at least partially played the first one. I think I only have the first one. Let me check. I have it on BlueStacks. Let me check really quick here. Hi, cat. Now's not a good time, child. Alright, let me boot up BlueStacks really quick and I'll see what we got. Beep. Let's see which ones we have. What are the chances that we finish TNT on the same day? That's pretty crazy, right? That's cool. I like that how you picked it up and then we like, yeah, like that's just amazing coincidence that we finished on the same day. It's so funny. Alright, I've got Apollo Justice, the 2 Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice, Dual Destinies, and the first Investigations. I don't have the second Investigations. I think that was not released here. Yeah, and then the other one I don't have accessible for streaming is the Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. I'm not actually sure if I even own that on original DS, because I can't remember if I ever bought that or not. But anyway, so next time, I think what we'll do... It's late, it's 10 o'clock, so I don't want to start a new game now, or go back to 14. So I think what we'll do is next week we will start the Miles Edgeworth investigation game. I think that's going to be the plan here. Yeah, so we'll do that. And then I'm on a 2-week vacation right now because Endwalker just released, so that means tomorrow we will do... Where is my screen? There we go. So tomorrow is going to be more Endwalker during the day, and then at night we have our usual raid time with the Free Company. But yeah, more Phoenix Wright goodness still to come, even though we finished this trilogy. We'll do the investigations next week. That's the plan. Man, this was a trip. That was a really, really good last case. You've been out, but I finished the case. Yep, we beat it. We did it. We are done with the trilogy. That was some crazy ass shenanigans. I was just like, Goto's the murderer? Explains why he was gone. I actually believed him when he was like, I was at the doctor because my eyesight's all funky. And I'm like, that makes sense. A little weird that you didn't say anything. But I was like, I'm sure that's true. And then it turned out to not at all be true, and he was the mastermind. Oh my god. Yeah, it was crazy. And Phoenix's girlfriend was not crazy after all. He just didn't realize he was dating a twin. And it was the good twin posing as the evil twin. And I was like, oh, poor Phoenix. You had no idea. But you know he's gonna have a girlfriend! Yay! He visited her in prison and they were so happy. I just want to see what's going on the side right now. There's this cat here. He came back and he's just like headbutting me if I stop petting him. He's like, pay attention to me. I am a cat. Oh. Yeah, and then the whole crew was there, and it was really cool that both Edgeworth and Francisca came back. I'm like, that was awesome. And I think the funnest part was just getting to be Edgeworth as the defense attorney. I was just like, oh my god, it's a fake attorney. When it said Iris had a twin, I'm like, oh my god, that explains everything. Yeah. I was just like, sus? Sus? A little bit sus. And then she like came out and said it. She was like, I love your views. And I was like, you guys are so cute. And then when Goto was like, the woman I loved was gone, I was like, oh, that's so sad. Twins, man. Some wild mess. Yeah, yeah. That shit just should be crazy sometimes. Them twin powers. My cats that you guys see on stream, moment ago, they're actually also twins. They had the same mom. They were born from the same litter. So they're brothers and they're twinsies. And it's really cute when they like sit next to each other and they're like sitting in the exact same way, or like they'll do anything and they're like standing in the exact same way. It's really funny. I'm just like, I can totally tell that you guys are twins. And you're both super needy. Man. Yeah, this case was good. This is a really good trilogy. So next week will be Miles Edgeworth Investigations. First game. Don't have a way to play the second game. Maybe someday, but not today. Or not right now. Not presently. So we'll do Edgeworth Investigation, and then Apollo Justice after that, then Dual Destinies, then Spirit of Justice, and then lastly, the new games we bought! The Great Ace Attorney thing, the new ones that just came out. So, yeah, that's the plan. For now, I think we'll end it here, so I can go to bed at a reasonable hour, get up. I have a little bit of chores to do in the morning, but then we're gonna go right back into Endwalker on MSQ, right back where we left off. So it's gonna be fun. Alright, thanks guys for stopping by! Appreciate it, hope you had fun. Congratulations, 21 Snakes, on finishing the trilogy also. I just love that we finished on the same time. That's awesome. Alright. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for coming. Hope you had fun. And I will see you guys all next time. Have a great night. Bye.